and my fellow participants. On behalf of Indian Institute of Management Sambalpur, I, Isha Joshi,
And I, Shubhangi Patnayak, would like to extend a very warm welcome to everyone at MARMAGYA 9.0, the flagship annual business conclave of IIM Sambalpur. Today marks the beginning of an exciting 2-day journey as we gather to explore innovative ideas and perspectives that are shaping the future of business.
to begin the event, I would like to extend a warm invitation to our esteemed dignitaries to join us on the stage. We are honored to welcome Professor Mahadev Jaiswal, the founding director of IIM Sambalpur, the chief guest of our event, Mr. Prem Singh, our guest of honor, Mr. Avinash Rao, our keynote speaker, Dr. Gauri Kalra, and Professor Shikha Bharadwaj, Chair, Marmagya. To mark the auspicious beginning of this prestigious event, we will now commence the lighting of the lamp ceremony, symbolizing the illumination of knowledge and wisdom. I kindly invite all our esteemed dignitaries to light the ceremonial lamp.
अंकुरत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु
Thank you, esteemed guests, for gracing this moment with your presence. I now request our respected Professor Mahadev Jaiswal, the founding director of IIM Sambalpur, to step forward and felicitate our esteemed guests. To begin with, our chief guest, Mr. Prem Singh, President Group HR, JK Organization, National President NHRD. Thank you, sir. Our guest of honor, Mr. Avinash Rao, MD, Life Switch Incorporation. Thank you, sir. Our keynote speaker, Dr. Gauri Kalra, Associate Director of Sales, Taj City Center, Gurugram. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
IIM Sambalpur is a beacon of transformative education where innovation meets leadership. Established in 2015, it takes pride on its three guiding principles: innovation, integrity, and inclusivity. Known for its blend of academic excellence and real world insights, the Institute empowers students to drive impactful change and excel in today's dynamic business landscape. With a focus on creating visionary leaders, IIM Sambalpur is where ideas meet action and learning meets transformation. In line with this commitment, IIM Sambalpur proudly partners with the Confederation of Indian Industry, a leading non-government, not-for-profit organization with over 125 years of experience and has been instrumental in shaping India's development. At the heart of IIM Sambalpur's engagement with industry is MARMAGYA, the flagship annual business conclave organized by the Industrial Relations Committee. Marmagya, derived from the Sanskrit word for expert and essence of knowledge, is a premier event that brings together distinguished business leaders and inquisitive students on a common platform to engage in insightful discussions on key issues shaping the corporate and industrial landscape.
Strategic partnerships are no longer a choice, but a necessity for organizations seeking sustainable growth, innovation, and excellence. In a world where change is constant, it is partnerships that enable businesses to adapt, innovate, and thrive. This conclave seeks to explore how such collaborations across various sectors drive the future of leadership, technology, marketing, finance, and operations. Today, we gather under the theme Redefining Horizons Strategic Partnerships for Business Excellence, a theme that resonates with the transformative power of collaboration in today's rapidly evolving business landscape.
Now, it is my privilege to welcome someone who has been instrumental in shaping the growth and vision of IIM Sambalpur, Professor Mahadev Jaiswal. Dr. Mahadev Jaiswal Dr. Mahadev Jaiswal is the founding director of Indian Institute of Management, Sambalpur. Prior to this, he was a professor of information systems and dean at MDI Gurgaon. His qualifications include PGPX from MIT Sloan School of Management, USA, PhD in computer science from Delhi University, and a senior Fulbright fellow from Carnegie Mellon University, USA. He has been a visiting professor at IIM Ahmedabad and University of California. His area of expertise includes innovation strategy for startups, digital innovation and platform ecosystems, and social entrepreneurship strategy. He has published more than 100 research papers and cases in international journal, and he is the author of 7 books in information systems and digital strategy. He has been engaged as a management consultant for digital strategy by several large organizations such as Coal India Limited, Steel Authority of India Limited, Power Grid, etc., to name a few. Please join me in putting your hands together for Professor Mahadev Jaiswal.
Very good morning, everyone, and welcome to IIM Sambalpur, my esteemed guests, specifically my good friend Mr. Prem Singh, uh, the president of NHRD as well as Group HR JK organization, is the chief guest, and Mr. Avinash Rao, MD Liver Switch INC, and Dr. Gauri, who is currently Associate Director of Sales Taj Hotels, my faculty colleague Sikha, other faculty colleagues sitting here, my staff and administrations, dear students, ladies and gentlemen, all the distinguished guests present as part of our panel of this Marmagya. It's really a privilege to host this ninth Marmagya, which is annual conclave organized by our students. And this year theme is also very, very timely because whole world is struggling for the collaborations today. A lot of conflicts happening, war happening, and disengagement happening, and therefore this topic becomes important in all aspects, and particularly from the business sector now. As we all know that IIM Sambalpur, it's one of the premium management school and set up in 2015. We have some unique propositions uh, apart from our regular programs of any business schools. We have taken two or three important initiatives. The one is that we have initiated women empowerment and women participations in the business and labor market, and for which we have been doing various seminars and also our own initiatives that we are able to increase our gender ratio in our class and also on staff and faculty. We have maintained more than 50% across our staff, faculty, and students. Same time, we have also initiated initiatives to impact the largest section of society in terms of business, and therefore we initiated a project called Master Weavers Entrepreneurship Development Program, where we bring all the potential master weavers who can become entrepreneurs in the digital age, and we provide business educations. And we have aimed to do it pan India. We also started a startup incubation center, which today you will be seeing some of the MOUs presented here. Then we have initiated a big disruptions in terms of introducing artificial intelligence in our class discussion, which we are very soon going to start as a pilot. And that will completely disrupt the management educations to begin with. I'm expecting that will disrupt the entire educations in next 5 to 10 years in India as well as worldwide. And I expect India to should take the lead in terms of bringing this technology in the learning pedagogy. Now coming to the theme of our uh, redefining horizon strategic partnership for business excellence. What does it really mean to us when we talk about this in our field? So currently, we all know that the global GDP is about 100 trillion US dollar. The whole world is producing about $100 trillion economy. What is the share of this GDP by different countries? US occupies about $29 trillion. Okay. Almost one third of the GDP's share goes to US. About $18 trillion is in China. Okay. So these two countries put together is almost 50%, and rest 50% rest of the world. India is about $4 trillion and we are about seventh top country in terms of GDP. Now the question is, India being the largest in terms of population and today in terms of young population, but why we are occupying only $4 trillion share in the global market? And if you see the pre-colonial stage, pre-independence, pre-Britishers stage, India's share was 33%, more than what US has today. Okay. And from there, it went down to 3%, and now we have reached to about 7.5%. Okay. If you say $4 trillion. Okay. Now, I'll tell you my understanding why it is so. Long back, about 15 years back, of course, I've been doing management consulting for digital strategy across public sector, private sector in India when I was a professor at MDI. So one day, I got a call from Oracle head office, Silicon Valley, Larry office. He said, "Sir, Larry wants to meet you." Okay. And I thought somebody is joking. The head of Oracle, who doesn't meet even country's prime minister, is saying that he wants to meet you and he has invited you to his headquarters. Three of us went there, two a professor, one from IIM Bangalore and myself, and one from the government secretary, IT secretary. And I just wanted to know why he has called. Okay. So the reason was, in the ERP field, when I was doing consulting, majority of the project was going to SAP. Okay. A large public sector, private sector were implementing SAP, and Oracle used to compete every time, and they never won. Okay. Because the product of SAP was from Germany, and so long it was in German, it didn't pick up the market. Okay. Then they tied up strategic alliance they did with American company for marketing of SAP, and suddenly it became the market leader. Okay. Oracle, being an American company, is not able to compete. So when we met three of us there in Silicon Valley. Then he introduced his team. He said, these are the 20 people, okay, in Oracle headquarters who are my employee. Okay. I say, what about president of Oracle India, president of China India, Mexico India? He said, they are not my employee. I am doing charity for them and their family. Okay. I say, what does it mean? He says, they are just doing invoicing, selling. Okay. They have no contribution in terms of innovation. These are the 20 guys where some of them are Indians also, some are Chinese also, but they create market alliance, strategic partnership. They create new ideas, new product, which ultimately customer wants. And I'm wondering, when SAP is the market leader in terms of enterprise resource planning application, Oracle was a market leader in database. So I said, that is fact. You are not a market leader, so we don't expect that to grow in India. He said, no, I am not. I have called you to explain that SAP is a market leader. I do agree. And SAP is my strategic alliance, he said. It's not my competitor. It was a shock to me. I said, we were thinking SAP, Oracle are competing, and he's saying, Indian CEO is misleading you. Okay. I'm not selling Oracle as a ERP, but I'm worried. Oracle is a database is a leader, and still not going with SAP. That is what I've called you, that SAP is my partner, and I will take you to SAP headquarters also. Okay. Next year, we took to Waldorf, that is in SAP headquarters in Germany. And there we saw Oracle has the tallest building in SAP village. Okay. Because they were developing database which tuned with the SAP applications. So from there, what I learned, the American business are very strong in alliances, partnership, working together for the business ideas. Indian businesses are completely fragmented when it comes to business. Even two brothers, Anil Ambani and other Ambani, Mukesh Ambani, they can't work in business together. Okay. Whereas in US, the rivalry, the German company and American company are willing to work together to create value. Okay. So that is the power of partnership, alliances, strategic alliances. In business, no one is enemy. And then I discovered when I went to China, the large number of American companies are working there, including Accenture, IBM, Google. And I said, there looks like there are a lot of rivalries, but he said, for business, India, business, Americans and Chinese are very close. There's no rivalry. Okay. Alibaba was promoted by American companies, okay, which is the largest e-commerce retail. Your Zoom platform is a Chinese guy, is American. Okay. So when you go to American business school, you will find professors and students from almost every country, including Africa. Okay. Highly diversified collaborations. In India, we have to learn a lot because whether you go to business or whether you go to business school, we find only Indians. And many times it so happens when you go to particular state, you find only people from that state. even the professors and the students. So these are the challenges Indians are facing. I'm sure when we are here together, we will be able to bring what is the theory behind collaborations and what academia like professors should do, because why all the professors are here, industry are here, and students are here. We need to find out the causes and reason, and as a management school, it is our responsibility to provide insight to academia as well as to government as well as to industry, the real theoretical reasons behind it. And then they will discover the solutions. Our role is to discover, and their role is to solve, fix it. Okay? And that is the kind of collaborations. We should not just get into the fixing of the problem. They should not come to the discovering the problem. We should work together and discover. And when it comes to discovery, 1990 was the era when India opened up its economy. And see, you can have collect the data prior to 1990. What was the GDP growth in India, and what is the GDP growth after 90? There was no talk of GDP at all prior to 1990 because we have closed economy. There was no GDP growth. We missed the bus for almost 30, 40 years. The China took early 80s, late 70s, the opening up, being a communist country. We took a lot of time to understand we need to open up and collaborate with the global companies. And post 1990, you can see all of you working with large number of MNCs. Indian MNC got created, and today we have TCS, we have Infosys, we have Wipro, so many Indian telecom, Airtel, which become global companies because we believed in collaborations, we believe in opening up. And then from the academia, what is the theory? I think the most important theory which I understand because I've been doing consulting and that is what I've been building expertise, contract theory. It is the contract which brings collaborations. What is the kind of contract? There are different kind of contracts. There is a legal contract, there is a agreement, there is an employee contract. What kind of flexibility we provide to our employee? Like if you go to American companies, every employee are free to create company. Whereas in India, we don't have such contracts. Okay. We are very close. You work for only this organization. Okay. How will you open up? How will you innovate? So contract theories need to be discussed by academia and find out what is the various countries who have come out with various contract innovations. There are different kind of contracts, and contract is the only management which defines every management. Whether you talk about finance, whether you talk about marketing, whether you talk about operations, everything is a contract because you hire people, you hire a company, you subcontract, everything is a contract. Long term, short term, flexible, rigid, open, whatever is the contract. So contract theory is the least research theory, at least from the Indian context, where a lot of scope is there for the researchers to discover what kind of contracts makes innovation higher and what kind of contracts makes country growth higher. Then there is a psychological contract. So one is you build a contract in terms of building your organization. Then how do you manage organizations? You cannot just manage with legal contract. These are terms, conditions, just follow. Then he will just follow and then nothing will happen. That is where the theory of cyclical contract comes, where the leadership role plays important, the collaboration role plays important when you enable people to work together in terms of not bothering about what is written in my contract, but I am willing to deliver whatever is best for my organizations, the ownership contract. I think these are the areas where I think a lot of research are required, a lot of discovery are required, and maybe today is the beginning at IIM Sambalpur, and if some of you or some of our faculty members and students come out, analyze the various contracts which are happening in the business context in India as well as China as well as in US, you will be able to discover single factor is a contract theory which has made a country which has the smallest population is the largest share in the GDP, and the country which has the highest percent of young population has the lowest share of GDP. I think that should be the real outcome of this today event, and I'm expecting some of our bright young students as well as most of our faculty are quite young and bright. They will be able to discover in collaboration with all the industry partners who are sitting here and who will be here for 2 days, because they should not feel that they are only for 2 days. They should come here and collaborate with us to discover the national issues in the business in terms of how we can enhance the growth rate, and not only the growth rate, but per capita growth rate. It should be, the growth should be distributed across different section of societies. And that is what the agenda I think we have. That is what I as a director expect that we should work in this conclave as a outcome for the long term in terms of building resilient contract theories for Indian organizations and provide this input to the industry as well as to government. And then only IIM Sambalpur will be known its contributions. We should not just be known for creating MBAs and PhD scholars, which every B schools are doing. What is our differentiation? That is what I think we are here. Thank you very much for joining this good evening.
Thank you, Professor Jaiswal, for your thoughtful and motivating address. Your words have set the right tone to the event, and we are very grateful for your continued guidance and support.
It is our honor to introduce our distinguished keynote speaker, Dr. Gauri Kalra, a dynamic leader in sales and marketing and currently the Associate Director of Sales at Taj City Centre, Gurugram. With a PhD in luxury hospitality from Chitkara University, Chandigarh, Dr. Gauri's expertise spans psychological customer behavior, branding, and social media marketing. She also holds a postgraduate degree in marketing from IMT Ghaziabad and a BCom from Delhi University, along with certification as a Salesforce performance coach from IIM Ahmedabad. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Gauri Kalra to share her valuable insights with us.
Am I audible? So, good morning, I am Sambalpur. You know, this room today is brimming with potential and talent, whether it's our esteemed academicians, uh, seasoned practitioners, industry experts, or I would say our future leaders for this nation. You all are our future stalwarts of industry. You know, I'm immensely happy to see all of you all and greatly, genuinely thankful to Professor Jaiswal, Professor Bhardwaj, uh, Sanjay ji, and the entire team of IIM Sambalpur for having me here this morning to be a part of MARMAGYA 9.0. You know, as I stand in front of you all and I reflect on this moment, I think I look at myself as a student, as a research scholar, and as a person from industry who is here to share the thoughts. As a student, I was in the classroom of IIM Ahmedabad. As a research scholar, while I was pursuing my research, I had an opportunity to present my research work at one of the international conferences at IIM Bodh Gaya. And today, as we speak, I'm here to share key insights at IIM Sambalpur. So for me, I feel that I have long-standing relationship with IIMs. But before I dive into my thoughts, you know, I must acknowledge the mesmerizing energy I feel in this room today. And it is all because the positive energy we all bring on the table. And I'm sure today, as we celebrate Marmagya 9.0, redefining horizons, strategic partnership into business excellence, I aim to share key insights that I believe will be helpful for us to grow as individuals, as professionals, and above all, as proud Indians. Today in this room, we are going to create synergies that will be helpful for our very vision of Viksit Bharat. And therefore, it is important for all to understand and recognize and be cognizant of the fact, the value of time. And before I start to share about my journey, I want to take a moment and I want you all to consider the two realities of life. There are two statements. The first statement that I always prefer to share with the youth and in my surrounding is work hard if you want to achieve something. And the second statement that I always live by is if it is destined for you, it will happen. These two statements are very, very unique in terms of their value proposition it brings on the table. But where the beauty lies for these statements is when you bring both these statements together, both these realities together, often we try to strive towards a goal and we put our hard work. And sometimes we are able to meet our goals and sometimes we are not. And that is when us as an individuals, we need to strive a balance between these two statements, recognizing that hard work and destiny sometimes work hand in hand. And that's the beauty about intertwining these two statements. And when I talk of my journey, I am a student of business management. I was a person who came from a discipline of commerce. I aspire to be a chartered accountant. But as destiny would have it, my life had certain other plans, and it brought me to a well-known industry called tourism, and specifically the hospitality sector. But, as I was navigating my journey through hospitality and tourism industry, I had get I had got plenty opportunities to learn, grow, and thrive. Not because those opportunities were there, but because I recognized those opportunities. You know, I'm not a hotel management graduate. And back in my era, 2 decades back, when I joined this industry, people were doing hoteliering or hotel management because they wanted to become a part of hospitality industry. But my story was different. I was a business management student. And so, often I faced a question. People around me asked me, so Gauri, which hospitality management school did you attend? And amongst my colleagues, when they were having a shared discussion about their hospitality management school, I had nothing to contribute to. And I thought I was lacking. And that kept me going. That fueled my connection, my longing to know our industry and hospitality as a sector better, and inspired me to pursue my PhD into business management again, taking hospitality as my domain expertise. So, what I want to deliberate as a very first point for all of you all today, as we initiate the very auspicious occasion of Marmagya 9.0, that nurture your passion and your curiosities. And how do you do it? You can do it by being aware of your surroundings, by knowing what makes you curious. And therefore, education plays an important role. Education is a lifelong journey. So when you step out from this college, from this institution, and from this campus, don't end your education. Let it be a continuous flow. Often, when you enter an industry, your outlook first remains of knowing the SOPs of the organization. When you grow up the ladder, you're being told to look at the balance sheet of the company. But when you further grow up, is the time for you to recognize what your industry that you belong to is contributing to the GDP. Education plays an important role. People who are sitting here, students who are sitting here, how many of you have thought of looking at those aspects on a national level? And that's where the journey starts. The second key insight I would like to share with you all is related to the challenges. You know, we must embrace the challenges. Remember that in life, it's rare to be in a straightforward condition. You will have obstacles. You will face setbacks. Not always it's going to be a victorious journey. But again, as I mentioned before, strive the balance between the two statements I had mentioned, and that will keep you going. Today, industry is having a ever evolving landscape. World is changing at large. We are here to think differently, to gain where all we can help each other from each of our expertise. That should be the aim in life. Whenever you face that there is a challenge, ensure that you find opportunities that take you towards growth and learnings. And the last insight that I want to share with you is be innovative. When I say be innovative, innovation has various strands. When I say innovative, be creative, adopt technology. When you adapt and evolve with the situations you are in, that's the real success. And therefore, that's important. You know, often we talk of data, and when we say data, I think I would not put a percentage there, but let's take a formula of probability, which is 50%. Anytime you are in a trivia, think 50% it will happen, 50% it won't. So when you talk of data, you must leverage data to go ahead and understand the behavior and trends today we are surrounded with. And when I talk about probability, I want you to say that 50% of us think data is numbers. Let me unveil that data can also be qualitative. It's important and crucial to understand the sentiments. And you know, often we miss on those things. And in conclusion, I would just say that resilience is the key. Bounce back always. There are ups and downs. This holds true for us in personal life as well as professional life and in industry at large. So I would say go out there, take risk, try and explore something new because that will help shape the experience of millions around us. And with that, let's embark on this journey together. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for correctly highlighting that learning should never stop. We should always embrace challenges. Innovation is the cornerstone to everything, and one should always be resilient and bounce back. Thank you so much, ma'am. It is a privilege to introduce our esteemed guest of honor, Mr. Avinash Rao, Managing Director and Head of LiveSwitch Incorporation. With extensive experience in product management and sales, he has held leadership roles at Digite as VP of Products and at Wipro Digital, along with senior positions at Devon, Mindtree, and Cognizant Technologies, driving substantial business growth and innovation across diverse sectors. Mr. Rao holds a postgraduate diploma in software enterprise management from the Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore, and a Bachelor of Engineering in Electronics and Communication from the National Institute of Engineering, Mysore. Please join us in welcoming Mr. Avinash Rao.
So by the way, am I audible? So I head Live Switch India, not Live Switch Inc. That would be the gentleman in the US I report to. How long does it take to drive from here to Raipur? Throw me a number. 4 hours, 5 hours. There's a very nice gentleman that I was talking to yesterday, one of you, and I asked him, "What's your favorite car? What car would you like to drive from here to Raipur?" And he said, "Tesla Model 3. Intense acceleration, beats an Audi in acceleration." He was very, very enthusiastic about it. And I said, how much time would it take you in a Swift Desire versus a Tesla Model 3? And said, Tesla Model 3, I'll be there in an hour, I'll be there in 2 hours, while a Desire will take the number that you mentioned. The question he didn't ask me, which I think is actually very critical to determining how much time it takes from going from point A to point B, are actually the structures around it. We keep thinking about stuff that's in our control. We think, I need a better car, right? We rarely ask, how's the road? Is the president visiting Raipur tomorrow? Are there roadblocks set up every 1 kilometer where they're going to open the boot and slide a mirror under your car and see if you're carrying explosives, right? So all these structures that surround a journey, you're thinking, I'm in a Tesla Model 3, I'm going to get there in 2 hours. I'm in a Swift Desire, I'm going to get there in 4 hours. But the surrounding structures around us seriously influence, if not determine, outcomes. Right? From my 10-15 minutes here, I want to leave you with three things. And the first thing is structures influence, if not determine, outcomes. Structures often have a larger impact on how much time you will take from going from point A to point B than the actual vehicle that you are driving. And those structures may not always be in your control, right? Structures determine outcomes. Two, many years ago, I used to always tell stories about my wife, and then she saw a video once and she got really offended. So now I tell stories about my daughter. We used to live in the UK, and we used to live in this apartment, and in the ground floor of that apartment, a very famous Taekwondo instructor, Master Yvonne, three-time Europe champion, nine-time UK champion. He used to teach Taekwondo, and my daughter was 4 years old. So I said, children should learn self-defense. I wish I had learned Taekwondo when I was a kid. So I took her there. She was 4 years old, and I said, would you like to learn Taekwondo? She looked around the class and she said, I'll join if daddy joins. Okay, so daddy and daughter both put on our white, those Taekwondo uniforms. And then we go into my first class. There are only two people above the age of 20 there. Everybody else is school, college kids, young people. There's me, and there's this gentleman. He has a blonde ponytail. He has skull tattoos on his bulging biceps. He has a Thunderbird parked outside. And the instructor comes in and he says, now Ian, the gentleman, is going to grab Avinash by the throat. And in 5 minutes, Avinash will free himself and throw Ian on the ground. 5 very painful minutes later, where forget throwing him on the ground, I couldn't even move. The instructor, Master Yvonne, came and told me something that I'll never forget. He said, Avinash, this is not a hard work problem. This is a technique problem. No matter how hard you work, even if you took steroids and pumped iron for a year, Ian would still be stronger than you, right? So what you need, if you have any chance of escaping and throwing Ian on the ground, are techniques that there are no muscles in the underarms, no matter how much his biceps bulge. So you have to pinch there, twist and trip. There's a particular sequence in Taekwondo. And so by the end of the first class, if Ian did exactly what he did in the beginning of the class, I was able to throw him down on the ground, right? So we need to be very clear that what sort of problems are we solving? Are we solving problems of hard work, or are we solving problems of technique? Because often I see people come in and they throw hard work at everything. An important part of why these events are really important is that this gives people in the industry, people who are trying to accomplish something, access to research around techniques. Because in the absence of techniques, we will tend to throw hard work at everything. अरे उसको बोलो रात को काम करने को. He will come and you'll have the whole team working overnight and they'll all burn up, they'll all burn out. And what have you achieved, right? If it's a hard work problem, you can solve it by working harder. If it's a technique problem, it is very rare that you will be able to solve it by working harder, right? So one, structures determine outcomes. Two, there are hard work problems and technique problems. Please be very clear as to which one you're solving. Especially over the next 2 days, you'll be talking about partnerships. When you think about a partnerships, what capability do you want that those your partners to bring in? Are you bringing them in to give you an additional capacity, additional hard work, or do you want them to bring in new capabilities, new techniques that do not exist inside our company, right? So structures determine outcomes, hard work problems and technique problems, and number three, whenever we do identify a problem, right, we think of it in a very, very univariate way. A univariate means that there's, one parameter that's primarily driving the solution, right? So we say we want the best programmer. Okay, you want first best is really problematic, right? I really have trouble. I don't know what best means, but we want the best programmer. And then 3 days later, the best programmer who's brilliant at coding joins your team, and he says, you know what, he's not collaborative. You said you want the best programmer. You said nothing about collaborative. Then you say, you know what, we've coached him about collaboration, but he's saying, Diwali, I want to go home. I don't want to take a call with the US over Diwali. So, wait, so you want somebody who's really good at programming, who's very collaborative, is very flexible and is willing to work over holidays, but that's not the first. Suddenly it's a univariate, it's no longer a univariate problem, right? It's a multivariate problem. Anything worth doing in life, I think, is a multivariate problem. There are very few easy univariate problems that are waiting for us out there. They're probably solved by now. So everything's a multivariate problem, particularly when you're going outside an organization where you do not have a shared culture, right? When you do not have a shared culture with the same assumptions, you have to think what are the additional requirements that you want, which constitute your very nice multivariate problem that you're trying to solve. Otherwise, you'll write a nice contract that says, the gentleman should be here from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. and code for us. But actually, you want somebody who's flexible, who's willing to work extra hours because they have a call with the US. You want them to give support over Diwali. And so suddenly it's a very, very different ask from the initial small problem statement that you started with. So I know I'm repeating myself a fair deal, but what is the first one? Thank you. Structures determine outcomes. Second? Yes, the second story was better than the first story, right? That's why the response is a bit louder. And the third one, everything worth solving in life are multivariate problems. We're going to keep these three things in mind, or at least I will keep these three things in mind as we go into the discussion with the CXO panel at 11 o'clock. What I wanted to do on this keynote, I know I'm probably a little over time, but thank you for indulging me. Lovely being here, brilliant campus here at IIM Sambalpur. Thank you for having me. I will just leave you with one thing, and I do apologize in advance, is I will make one observation, right? And it's not going to make me a very popular. Please continue to invite me next time. Uh, you guys are very nice. We don't come to IIMs for nice, right? When I come to IIM to hire somebody, I want people who will partner me, will challenge me, right? Challenge me with evidence and data, right? There's a way to do that. But partner us and challenge us, right? Don't be very deferential. Don't be very nice. Be very confident. We want people who will, stand tall, look us in the eye, shake our hands firmly, and work with us, right? Don't be very nice. Don't be deferential. When we come, don't be like that. Be like this. You guys are studying at one of the finest institutions in the country, right? And if you are to make a difference, you have to know that you can make a difference, and that has to show in your personality. I'll leave you with that. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you so much, sir, for instilling confidence in us and for your valuable insights.
It is a great honor to introduce our distinguished chief guest, Mr. Prem Singh, Group HR, JK Organization, National President, NHRD. With a remarkable career spanning over 25 years in human resources, Mr. Singh has been a driving force in shaping HR practices across industries. He has held pivotal leadership roles, including President of Global HR at Wockhardt and Vice President of HR at Piramal Enterprises, where he made significant contributions to organizational growth and employee engagement. As a past regional president and honorable president at the NHRD, Mr. Singh has played an instrumental role in advancing HR development in India. He holds a master's degree in management from IIT Delhi and has completed the prestigious Wharton Chief Human Resources Officer program. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Mr. Prem Singh as he takes the stage to share his insights with us.
गुड मॉर्निंग। उड़ीसा में आया हूँ जहाँ से सूरज उगता है बिकॉज इट इज द ईस्टर्न पार्ट ऑफ द कंट्री। आई एक्सपेक्टेड ए मच हायर लेवल ऑफ जोश। गुड मॉर्निंग, दैट्स बेटर, दैट्स लाइक ईस्ट। सो फ्रेंड्स, मेरे सामने एक बहुत बड़ी दुविधा है। दुविधा ये है कि इट इज जस्ट लाइक यू आर ए सिंगर but you are just learning and you are nowhere close to Shreya Ghoshal. You are invited to sing and just before you, Shreya Ghoshal has come and sung. Or you are a cricketer and just before you, Virat Kohli has come and he has just batted before you. So मेरे लिए बहुत मुश्किल है, it's very difficult. और दूसरी डिफिकल्टी ये है कि जो भी बोलना था वो सब तो बोल चुके। Whatever was to be spoken about the topic, they all have spoken everything. So there is nothing else left for me to speak. तो मैं क्या बात करूँगा? So that reminds me of a very nice share. एक दफा मेरे घर का बंटवारा हुआ, किसी के हिस्से में मकान आया, किसी के हिस्से में दुकान आई, मैं घर में सबसे छोटा था, मेरे हिस्से में माँ आई। So friends, firstly I like to compliment Dr. Jaiswal, Sanjay ji, Professor Shikha Bhardwaj for putting this together and organizing this show on a very strategic subject called strategic alliances, strategic partnerships for business excellence. You know why this is important? It's very important to understand for us as to why we are talking about that. So let's try and understand the context, and I would like to raise some pertinent questions which are important. Let's try and look at what's happening around us. So, and what's happening to India. What's happening around us is just look at Middle East. What's happening in Ukraine? What's happening in China plus. So post-COVID, in fact, what happened in COVID, a lot of people, a lot of companies, the entire world started wondering and suspecting about China. And therefore, China plus one strategy. So that was an opportunity for India. What's happening in Middle East, what's happening in Ukraine is also throwing up an opportunity for India as a nation. So that's about global scenario. So that has an implication for India as a business entity. Now let's look at within India, what is helping us? And that is what I will finally come to the point that India is a shining story now, and you are living at the right time, at the right place. Dr. Jaiswal mentioned about how the economies are likely to shape. So today, India occupies something like third or fourth position based upon different projections and different numbers you look at. Certainly fourth, if not third. Fast forward 2050, next 25 years. While the global economy is likely to grow 2 times, Indian economy is likely to grow 7.5 times. 2 times world, 7.5 times India. Look at the scale, look at the speed, look at the steepness. That's an opportunity for all of you. So you will be developing yourselves, you will be developing your careers at a time when India will be shining, and therefore you will be shining as well. That's a big opportunity, right? Now, let's look at another dimension. India took about 60 years after independence to achieve $1 trillion economy status. First 60 years was spent on achieving $1 trillion economy. Next $1 trillion were added in just 7 years. So 60 years, 7 years. Next $1 trillion was added in another 5 years. So we became 3 trillion. And unfortunately, COVID hit. Otherwise, next $1 trillion would have been added in just 3 years. So today, we are somewhere close to $4 trillion. And in next 25 years, we are likely to become 7.5 times the size of the economy. So a huge jump. Look at the steepness, look at the speed. What's driving all this? Let's dive a little deeper. What's driving all this is a young, vibrant, digital savvy, tech savvy Indians. The average age, the median age of the entire country is 28 and a half years, which is much lower as compared to many other large economies. In fact, most of the large economies are aging. Most of the large countries are aging. And therefore, for us, because we are a young country, that's a big opportunity for us, right? But that big opportunity will be realized only when we play our cards right, only when we play our strategies right, and only when we experiment something like strategic partnerships, which Professor Jaiswal also mentioned, right? That's very important, right? Let's look at another dimension, my dear friends. There is something called as working population, working age population to the total population ratio. The research has shown that any country which has got higher number of working age people compared to its total population will have a competitive advantage. And I want to dive a little deeper. Japan, UK, US, China, all these countries grew the fastest when their working age population as a proportion was high. And they started degrowing when the population started aging. India is yet to achieve its most optimum number, which will come in 2030. So in 2030, the working age population of India would be something like 68% of the total population. So look at the opportunity it throws up. And when you look at, I mentioned about digital savvy population, young, vibrant country, lot of youth. Today we have about 120 unicorns with a total wealth of something like 350 billion US dollars. And these unicorns are only growing by the day. If you rewind back, in fact, the technological prowess has already been seen by the world when we launched Chandrayaan 3 on the southern pole. So the point I'm making, my dear friends, you are living in the right place at the right point of time. And it is for you to realize these opportunities. Now you'll ask about, well, this is about India. Lekin, so what does it mean for me? ये तो India की बात कर रहे हैं, but globally, how are we doing? So let's look at all the major companies. Who is the CEO of Google? Indian. Who is the CEO of IBM? Indian. Who is the CEO of Channel? She's a lady, she's an Indian, Leena Nair, right? Who is the CEO of Microsoft? Indian. Who is the CEO of Adobe? Indian. Who is the CEO of Starbucks? Indian. Who is the CEO of Palo Alto? Indian. And who is the CEO of World Bank? Is an Indian. So, my dear friends, the point I'm making is, as India, we are no less as compared to the global giants, the global powers. And therefore, as young professionals who are going to enter the workforce, the point I want to make to you is, it is your moment, it is your time, it is India time, it is India's story. It is for you to seize this opportunity and make the most out of it, right? Let's look at another dimension, the topic, the strategic partnerships for alliances. Well, fundamentally, I want to make a point here. Strategic alliances are not new for us. These have existed in our culture, in our way of life. Strategic partnerships ultimately is what? You enter into alliances with somebody for a win-win situation, for a mutual gain. We had something called as barter system. Barter system में क्या था? आप कुछ ग्रेन बेचते थे, आप कुछ उसके बदले कुछ एडवांटेज या कुछ सर्विस लेते थे, राइट? You need rice, I need wheat. We exchanged. That was mutual beneficially. That was a mutual value creating exchange, right? The strategic partnerships in a very crude form is just like creating a mutual value for each other. At a very high level of organizations, all you are seeking is creating those opportunities where you have a win-win scenario and where you are able to draw a value out of a mutual relationships with somebody who can offer you something which is good for you, and you can offer something which is good for the other party. Now, the fundamental principles that you have to look at creating the mutually beneficial relationships is, number one, it should be win-win. Number two, it should be complementary to each other. Number three, it should be long-lasting. It should be long-term, so that you are able to grow together and you are also able to prevent the competition from entering your space. Finally, very important, it's extremely critical that both the parties essentially must see a purpose which is common to both the parties, which is not contradicting each other's values, which is not contradicting each other's business ethos and the culture. So these are something which are very important. Finally, the talent. How do you use the talent? So I'm sure in the course of the conference today and tomorrow, the panel discussions will go into details of these, but these are extremely critical elements, my dear friends. Finally, I also want to talk about one couple of points related to the young professionals. This is slightly different. This is slightly beyond the topic of the day. Certain lessons which I have seen myself, which are useful, and I thought I must share those with you all. My dear friends, number one, when you enter the corporate, when you enter your working life, first lesson is try to understand your strengths and try to play to your strengths. 78 to 80% of your focus should be playing to your strengths. And let me say why I'm saying. So this is based upon a research, it's not my opinion. You know, long time ago, there was a research carried out by University of Nebraska. And this research was, they wanted to study the speed reading skills of the students. So they had a group of something like 500, 600 students, and they carried out an assessment on speed reading skills. Based upon the assessment, they classified the entire lot into two groups, the slow readers and the fast readers. The slow readers could read as much as 90 words per minute, right? 90 words. The fast readers could do as much as 350. Over the next 6 months, both the groups were taken through the same structured training on how do you enhance your speed of reading. It was around reading skills, right? So for the next 6 months, both the groups were taken through exactly the same lessons, same tutor, same pedagogy, same structure, same process. 6 months later, the entire group was subjected to yet another assessment. So after the assessment was done, the slow readers showed some improvement. From 90 words per minute, they went up to 150 words. 90 to 150. The fast readers, which was already at a high level, 350, they also went up. Any guess? कहाँ तक गए होंगे, कितना आगे गए होंगे? Just make some guess. There is no penalty on making a wrong guess. 400, 600, one more, 500. Friends, hold your breath. This is not Prem Singh's view. This is not Prem Singh's opinion. This is research. From 350, they went up to 2900. 350, they went up to 2900. Now, let me ask you another counter question, my dear friends. Supposing if you are a teacher of physics and you had two students in front of you, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam and Virat Kohli, and if you were to teach both of them as physics, in physics, who will shine? Dr. Kalam? Contrary, look at the contrary situation. If you were to teach them the lessons of cricket, who will shine? Virat Kohli. That's exactly the point, my dear friends. You see, each one of us are wired differently. Each one of us have certain innate inborn talents. And those inborn talents is your dharohar. The choice is, the question is, how much do you leverage that? Whether you spend a lot of time trying to work on your weaknesses, trying to fix your weaknesses, or you spend a lot of time trying to shine through your strengths. And my dear friends, if you were to teach physics to APJ Abdul Kalam and Virat Kohli, APJ Abdul Kalam will also show a very high improvement versus Virat Kohli. The lesson for us is understand your strengths, whether whatever field it is, sales, marketing, HR, finance, whatever. Deepen that strength. That will take you far ahead. I'm not suggesting that completely ignore your weaknesses. No, work around that. But 70 to 80% of your focus should be on leveraging your strengths. If just imagine if you were to spend a lot of time trying to fix your weaknesses, you will still show improvement, but you will go only thus far. So that's number one. Number two, friends, in life, you will face challenges. Do not stop. Do not give up. There'll be many opportunities where you will feel like, oh my God, it's enough. I can't do it. Just ask yourself a question. Can you really not do it? Or is there a way out? Most likely, there is a way out. And let me tell you a story now. You want to hear a story? अच्छे लोग हैं डॉक्टर साहब. The story is that of Michael Jordan. All of us know Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan का जो childhood था, it was very tough. He had tough time. घर में economic situation was not great. So one fine day, Michael's father brings one very ugly looking shirt and he says to Michael, Michael, can you sell this shirt for $1? Michael says, Dad, who will buy this shirt for $1? Nobody will buy this. So his father said, Michael, if you think you can, you will find a way out to figure out how you can. If you think you can't, anyway, you have decided. Michael thought for a while And he thought to himself, let me give it a try. So what he did, he washed it, ironed it very nicely, wrapped it up in a piece of paper, went to the nearby municipal market. After some time, after some haggling, he was able to sell the shirt for $1. Came back home, happy, confident. Few weeks later, his father brings another similar looking shirt, and this time the challenge was $20. So, Michael, can you sell this shirt for $20? So Michael said, Dad, you are driving me crazy. You know, $1 to $20. It's not possible. So his father reminded him again the same story. If you think you can, or if you think you can't, choice is yours. Long story short, what Michael did was he realized that one of his cousin sisters is a very good painter. He took the shirt to his cousin sister and he asked her to make a painting of Mickey Mouse on the shirt. And he took the shirt to an area where there was a school where the kids of rich people used to come for studying. And as the school broke out, he held the shirt like this. And when the children came out looking at the shirt, everybody wanted to buy this. So shirt went for $20 in no time. Right? Friends, कहानी अभी और बाकी है. Few weeks later, the challenge again became bigger. And this time, similar looking shirt. And his father said, Michael, can you sell this shirt? And the target was really steep. Any guess? कितना रहा होगा? 100? थोड़ा और आगे बढ़ो. 500? और एक last guess? 1,000. So, Michael, can you sell this shirt for $22,000? Can you go to $1,000? So, $1,000, that was the steep objective, steep goal. And as they say कि अगर किसी चीज को शिद्दत से चाहो तो आपको उससे कायनात भी मिलाने को लग जाती है. Same thing happened. As the luck would have it, he saw that one day there was an ad in the newspaper which talked about the premiere show of a very famous movie, and the heroine of that movie was going to come in the premiere show. He bought a ticket, went there along with a shirt. He also had something else in his pocket. What was that? After the show, what happened? He made his way through the crowd, went up to the podium, and did what? Autograph. In management parlance, we call it as value addition. With that value addition, the shirt went for $1,000 in no time. Friends, rewind it back. So just reflect on the situation. It was the same actor, same player. It was the same raw material. What changed? Because every time the challenge was of a very different level, he changed his response. He changed his own action. He changed his own attitude to the situation. So many a times you will find the situation in your organization, in your teams, where you will feel, my God, it's not possible. And when your boss throws a challenge on you, before you say no, think twice whether you really want to say no or you want to give it a trial. And friends, very much connected to this is my very passionate lesson number 3. Try to do things which are different and which are difficult to do. Things which are different and difficult to do, those are your opportunities to create a niche for yourself. Most people will not do that. Most people will stay in a safe zone. If you stay in a safe zone, you go only thus far. It is through these trying situations, tough, challenging situations, that you stand out. So these are your moments. Lesson number 4. After 2 years, and some will do after 1 year, you will graduate out of this campus with your degrees. But mind you, your learning does not stop then. It actually starts in a different avatar. In a different avatar. Why? Because every now and then the new technology keeps on coming, and therefore you need to keep pace with this. Just to give a sense, 100 years ago, when the planes were invented, it took about 70 years for the plane to penetrate 50 million users base. 70 years. Television took about 14 years. 70 years से 14 years आ गया. Facebook took 2 years. Twitter took only 9 months. 70 years to 9 months. Angry Birds app कितना time लगा होगा? 35 days. Only 35 days. Arogya Setu took only 14 days. So what does it tell you? So what it tells you is the product life cycle, the technology life cycle is really reducing, and the only way you can keep yourself relevant, only way you can keep yourself floating there is when you keep on learning. Along with learning, unlearning is extremely important also. That means what? Unlearn those habits which are no longer relevant. Unlearn those approaches, those mindsets which are not helping you anymore. Acquire new skills, new learnings. Right? Lesson number 5, passion. Extremely important, and I want to give you an example. अभी जो recently Olympics हुए थे, how many Indian athletes went there? About 100 or right? About 170 or I think it's. And we got how many medals? Yes, friends, just answer back. So from India, 126 participants went. We got 7 medals. Right? Few weeks later, Paralympics also took place. In Paralympics, we sent 54 participants. How many medals? From 54, we got 19 medals. From 54, 19 medals. From 126, 7 medals. In normal Olympics, our strike rate was 5.5%. In Paralympics, it was 35%. What it tells you? What it tells you, my dear friends? What it tells you is the matters which are inside you are far more important and powerful as compared to the situations which lie behind you and which lie ahead of you. So develop that, shine that, hone that up. Realize that you are powerful beyond measure. When somebody asks you, can you jump higher than the Qutub Minar? Immediately your antenna goes up and you start visualizing the height of Qutub Minar. And you are tempted to say no because it's so high you can't jump. But the fact is, if you dive deep, Qutub Minar cannot jump, you can. So my dear friends, many a times before you say no, think again. You have something which is so powerful, something which you have not yet tried, something which you have not yet explored. Last lesson, values and ethics are extremely important. And when I sit in the interviews, when I interview a lot of young people, experienced people, one of the things I very clearly see, the values orientation, the ethics, extremely important. And there is a saying, values create value. And there is also a very popular saying that your work ethics, your reputation travels miles ahead of you. So never ever compromise on your values and ethics. My dear friends, in the initial phase of your career, you will have several opportunities to showcase your value orientation through those challenging situations. The litmus test of values is what you do when nobody else is watching, and there are a lot of chances for you to fall for the temptation. Stand tall, adhere to values, adhere to ethics. That is how you build reputation. That's how you build your character, your grit. And that's how you build yourself. Extremely important. Before I close, I would also like to acknowledge the leadership of IIM Sambalpur, Professor Jaiswal, Professor Shikha Bhardwaj, Sanjay Sharma ji, all the faculty members, all the students, all of you. And I would like to recite a couplet. I think it's ninth year, right? 9.0. It takes a lot of courage to start something and to continue with this. It takes a lot of perseverance to continue something that you have started. It shows leadership. It shows consistency, perseverance. And I would like to share something for Professor Jaiswal. चले थे अकेले ही जानिब ए मंजिल चले थे अकेले ही जानिब ए मंजिल मगर लोग आते गए कारवां बनता गया. So, my dear friends, I just shared some sort of context, what's happening in the world, what's happening in India, what it means for you, how you can shape yourself up as a very effective professional. Finally, the choice is yours. Life is all about making choices. Make right and effective choices. With this, I wish you all the best. Thank you very much. God bless all of you.
Thank you so much, sir, for correctly highlighting how opportunity lies in everything. All that is required is to be aware of what's happening around us and play our strategic moves, and nothing can stop the ever so growing India and its young minds from attaining excellence, all while staying true to our ethics and values. Finally, to conclude this inaugural session, I now invite Professor Shikha Bhardwaj, Chair of Marmagya, to deliver the vote of thanks. Her insights and gratitude will set the tone for the collaborative spirit we hope to foster during this event.
Thank you so much. I will try to keep it as short as possible because we are running already late with the time. Thank you everyone who has made this morning today, early morning. And we are starting with this Marmagya 2-day event and proudly in our 10th year. So that is how it is bigger and better and different. To begin with, Professor Jaiswal, our director, without his support and cooperation right from conceptualization till execution of any program, it would have not been possible for us. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for also giving the example of Oracle and SAP because it throws light on the perspective that sometimes we see things from a different lens. However, they are different when we look at the partnership angle. Thank you, Dr. Gauri, for sharing the journey. I'm sure many potential, leaders who are sitting in the session today must be learning and inspired by it. Thank you, Mr. Avinash Rao, for telling those incidences, small incidences, and then, of course, telling those 3 learnings, which are quite helpful in understanding from a micro perspective to a macro perspective, right? From the individual to the organizational. Thank you, sir. Prem sir, for making or engaging, or what should I say, capturing the audience for quite a while with what best can be a combination, bringing Hindi, then couplets, then making sure that there is a storyline, and then, of course, talking about the theme also. Thank you very much. Thank you all the 3 guests for sparing time from your busy schedules and making it over here. Uh, Thank you, IRC, for making sure that all the arrangements, planning, everything which we have been working from almost like 7-8 months have been culminated to a point today. Thank you, Placement Committee, under the leadership of Mr. Sanjay Sharma, who has been constant support for the program. And I request all of you to please give a huge round of applause to him. Thank you, sir. Thank you, SAC chair and SAC team. Thank you, PR team and the PR chair. Thank you, faculty members, for being here and for being a constant support in whatever we are trying to do in the institute. Thank you, staff members, particularly the people who have been in the background behind setting up the stage, making sure all the arrangements are being made. Infrastructure team. Thank you, students, and above all the participants over here. Thank you very much for being here as a lovely audience.
Thank you, ma'am, for your gracious words of appreciation. With that, we officially conclude the inaugural session of Marmagya 9.0. We now look forward to engaging discussions, fruitful knowledge sharing, and a day enriched with insights focused on partnership driven business excellence. Thank you all for your presence and participation in this event. I wish you an enriching and inspiring experience ahead. May we kindly request all our esteemed guests to come forward for a group photograph to capture this special moment together.
Shrikant. Close up camera के दे live दे. Close up camera live दे. हाँ. हाँ? बराबर. चला. Close camera off कर दो. ठीक हो जाए?
faculty members, and my fellow participants. On behalf of Indian Institute of Management Sambalpur, I, Ayushi,
And I, Kangana,
would like to extend our warm welcome to all the guests of Marmagya 9.0, the flagship annual business conclave of IIM Sambalpur. I now request our esteemed guests to kindly join us on the stage. Mr. Royden Gonzalez, Mr. Nilesh Binewale, Mr. JP Singh, Mr. Avinash Rao. We hope you all are ready for an exciting day ahead. To begin, I am honored to introduce our C-suite panel, which will set the tone for insightful discussions and high-level perspectives on leadership, innovation, and the future of business.
the sub theme for today's discussion is partnership driven leadership, building high impact performance. In today's fast changing business world, collaborative leadership is the key to driving performance, resilience, and long term value. By focusing on partnerships and strategic alliances, leaders foster innovation, boost efficiency, and achieve sustainable growth, shaping a smarter and more impactful future. I now request our respected faculty, Professor Deepthi Ranjan Mahapatra, to kindly come on the stage and felicitate our esteemed panel guests. Starting with Mr. Rodin Gonsalves, Senior Vice President, Northern Trust. Mr. Nilesh Biniwale, MD, Pattern Technology. Mr. JP Singh, VP and Head of HR, JSW. Mr. Avinash Rao, MD, LiveSwitch INC. Thank you for the felicitation, sir.
Now, it's my honor to introduce our esteemed panelist. Our first panelist is Mr. Royden Gonzalez, Senior Vice President, Northern Trust. He is a people-centric leader with passion for instruction.
Is it okay if I ask the panelists to introduce themselves?
Yes, yes,
We'll,
sure.
we'll weave that in.
Sure, 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 sir, sure, sir.
All right. So great to be back. As you can see, Sanjay ji hasn't blacklisted me yet for some of the comments I made at the end of the first session. Before we dive in into this is the CXO panel. We have senior leaders here on stage. We are going to be talking about high performance and how partnerships really enable that. I'm going to mainly shut up in this session. My job is to ask questions, but you give an ex-consultant a mic, you can't expect that person not to speak. So I will start with just one thing. There was this group of people. This is a story from Christian mythology. They were building this really tall building that could reach the heavens. And when they did that, how did the gods prevent them from reaching the heavens? They gave them all different languages. And then the Tower of Babel, nobody could speak to each other, and the whole thing collapsed. The reason I say that is before we talk about any particular thing, it is important for us to have a shared understanding of what that means. Right? When you talk about terms like performance, you talk about partnerships, you talk about enabling high performance, right? But what we're going to do right in the beginning is I'm going to ask the panelists to introduce themselves. And I'm also going to ask them to talk a little bit about what high performance really means to them. And what I'll do is ask them to talk about high performance first in an organization, and then we'll talk about bringing in partnership to that. So we'll start with Royden.
Thank you, Avinash. It's a pleasure to be in the midst of all of you here. So my name is Royden Gonzalez. I work for a company called Northern Trust. We are a 135-year-old custodian bank, primarily based out of Chicago in the US. We spread world over. We've been in India as a GCC for close to 20 years now, and I lead the talent management and development function for the Asia Pacific region. Now, coming to, should I also touch upon the question? So, just to share my thoughts on what performance is, high performance is, I think there are two perspectives to this. One is individual performance, and the other is organizational performance. So when it comes to individual performance, I think every company has certain metrics, certain measures, which we call the performance management system. So it's easier to measure what individual performance is. So you use those metrics, you use those measures, and there's a certain threshold that you need to kind of cross, right? And then there's the organizational performance, which is clearly determined by certain outcomes that the organization is able to achieve. So those could be the strategic goals, it could be goals within communities, right? So these are measures that are reported either in a quarterly statement, in an annual statement. So as long as you're doing better than your competitors, I would term that as high performance.
Thank you, Avinash. Before I start talking about myself, let me tell you that this is my first visit to Odisha, and I'm loving the oxygen, I'm loving the pure air. Thank you so much. Ye- yes, and the enthusiasm of everyone. In fact, we were talking till late night in the yesterday night, and everybody who was there talking with us with the enthusiasm, please clap for yourself, guys. Oh, everybody was there. Great. Good. So my name is Nilesh Biniwale. I come from Pune. I work for a company called Pattern. Pattern is an e-commerce company started in US. It is the fastest growing company in Silicon Slopes right now. We are growing at 38% per annum. Amazon is growing at 17%. Uh, Before joining Pattern, I used to work for a company called Converge, which was 100-year-old company. Pattern is just started in 2013 and in India in 2021. Before that, I worked for a company called Allscripts. I worked for Microsoft. But one of the most important things that I say before working for Microsoft, for 10 years, I was an entrepreneur myself. I started few of the software products. One of the product was EdTech product, which I started in 1999, which was 17 years before Baiju came in. And I had a product called mangalghatika.com, which was a product of for marriage market 3 years before shadi.com. So I always say that my failures were much bigger than my successes. And 30 years of overall career, and I'm so proud to sit in front of you and talk with you. Happy to share a lot of things along with you. Now, talking about collaboration, partnerships, and performances. Before I get into performances, I would like to talk about partnerships. Partnerships generally comes in pair. Maybe Sachin Sehwag, may it be Lakshmikant Parelal, Kalyanji Anandji, Salim Zaved. We know all of them. But some of the major partnerships that we are not talking about. So basically, we all know Steve Jobs is one of the most successful entrepreneurs. But Steve Jobs has two career stints. One, before he was kicked out of Apple, and after that, he came back. The second stint was very successful. And this was because he had a partner along with him called Team Cook. Team Cook. John Scully kicked him out.
Johnny Ive. I believe.
Johnny Ive, yeah. So basically, Johnny Ive and Team Cook, these were the two people who really made him successful. When Bill Gates came up with DOS, the disk operating system. It was already there for 7 years before that. It didn't click so good unless and until he did not come up with a business model along with IBM to sell it. So secret of Apple, secret of Microsoft was partnering, pairing with someone. Google's search engine was amazingly good with Larry Page and Sergey Brin, but unless and until Eric Schmidt did not come up with a business model, it really did not kick in well. So basically, if we really have to think about a success and ensuring that the success hits the roof, it has to be partnership and collaborations. So that is what is more important. When we talk about performance, when we really hit beyond our own capacity, when 1 plus 1 is not 2 and it's 11, I call it as performance. 1 plus 1, 2 is business as usual. So basically, when we collaborate together, when we have working together, when we work in multiples, that's a performance that should be kick it in. And that is what my thought on performance is.
So good morning to all of you. So I'm JP Singh, Vice President HR in JSW Steel. It's part of JSW Group. So I'm based out in Odisha. So I have 28 years of experience in auto, power, engineering, EPC companies, now in steel last 6 years. So for me, the topic is very, I was thinking about this topic on my way to this place. It is, very deep topic and very relevant for today because the world we are living in is very, we call it VUCA. It's unknown things. And what is performance? How to achieve performance? It can only happen through partnerships. So for me, as panelist is our moderator is asking, what is performance? For me, the performance is something significantly different than known things, which is something different from day-to-day routine thing if we achieve. So we'll talk how to achieve, how to foster. For me, the performance is, something not heard, not seen, or made a very high impact. Be it, if I talk about organization terms, it is, sometimes we say competitiveness, cost, new product, new market, process, financials. So in these areas where you make a high impact and it is experienced and felt by the people, then that is performance for me. Thanks. Thank
I'm
you.
going to put you on the spot a little bit. Often, a lot of examples that, particularly we from Bangalore and Hyderabad, tend to come up with are in the software fields. But you've spent 28 years working with the heavy industrial segment. How quickly are things changing in the heavy industry space? Because we tend to think of software, yeah, we know it moves quickly and things like that. I think even the heavy industry space moves as quickly. We just don't realize it. Do you have any thoughts on that?
See, if I look back my initial periods in automotive industries, we were using 7 words: PQ, CDSME: productivity, quality, cost, delivery, safety, morale, environment. And what we are talking today is smart manufacturing. What do we mean by smart manufacturing? Is bringing digitalization, data scientist, connected technologies, reducing human interface with the machine, particularly when we talk of steel industry, which is hazardous. It's number 1 in hazard point of view. So how to use these latest technologies? We are working with BCG, we are working with Big Four and other companies. How to, get the information, act on it on real-time basis, and also, reduce the human interface. So we are always, working on digital projects. And our KPIs and as an organization, how many digital projects we have undertaken, which are the potential areas, what are the opportunities, and how are we doing on that. So that way we are leveraging this AI, ML, data science piece in our factories. Even to the conventional industries, like steel manufacturing.
Amazing. We're going to come back there after a few questions for more insights. In the meanwhile, what I want to do is rather than open stuff up for questions, because I know we've got a limited amount of time. Can I request one person, maybe the two folks in the corner, if you can walk around and if people have any questions, you can just take them down and then you can give them to me in about 15-20 minutes. Then that will be much, then we can look at some of the questions and then answer them rather than do a Q&A. Make sense? Okay, cool. All right. As you can see, the panelists are not the only ones that I'm putting on the spot. Rohit, we just heard from JP that there are lots of digital projects that are happening in the heavy space. What about banking? Because banking, insurance, all these, for a long time we've thought of them as very regulated markets because obviously there's regulatory oversight. So how are these changing? How's the notion of digitalization coming in? And then what additional partnerships are you seeing? He spoke about the big four coming in and helping them with that. Who is helping you with this transition?
Okay. So I don't think you'll be surprised by this. I think we are working with the other tech giants. I think the digitalization has kind of touched every sector. It's no longer limited to a particular sector. So in that context, we are no different from the other industries. Okay. Uh, Traditionally, banking has always had an edge over the other sectors because we've been first adopters of technology in the retail space primarily, and also in the asset management, asset servicing space. Um, in terms of adoption of some of the latest technologies, the banking industry currently is taking a stance of wait and watch, right? And that's given the whole appetite for the risk or the lack of appetite for risk. And because of that, you would see that the banking sector is not adopting some of the latest technology, especially in the generative AI space, as much as some of the other industries like media and communications are adopting Gen AI, right? So I think we are going to wait and watch, and then depending on the various legislation that might come in as guardrails, as well as the whole validity and the robustness of the technology, as and when that builds up, and the whole question around ethics is answered over a period of time, I think you will see the banking industry also jump on the bandwagon.
So, question for Nilesh. Where does partnership figure in this? Because a lot of times what happens is you hire someone, they are working for you. That's not a partnership. So, what is partnership driven leadership or partnership driven performance rather than just hiring somebody for some capability?
I love this question because every company has got the values, and one of the value is for us is partner. So basically, we don't call our customers the customers, but we call them partners. Basically, we tie up with the brands, we buy their inventory, and then after that we do everything for them. For example, we do our video recording, we do the advertisements for them, we do legalities for them to clean up the entire system. And when we do this, because we don't call them customers, we don't charge the bills for them. Once we buy the inventory, we do all these things, we do the sale for them with 15%, and 12% is kept as the amount of money to do all these things, and we only operate on 3% profit. Basically, the minute we start calling them customers, we click a picture of them, we will give them a bill, right? Because you're supposed to earn from customers. The minute we start calling them partners, we are supposed to generate revenue for them. And that is the whole differentiator for us. The entire success that we have achieved since 2013, 2013, our revenue was zero. Right now, our yearly revenue is $1.8 billion by selling others' products. Generally, people clap at this time. Sorry for that. But then because of our ability to partnership with others is something that we are keen on. One of the things that our CEO has done a couple of times is that when we earn profits more than 3%, He has gone back to the partners and given those 2% back, saying that we are partners, so we should equally earn. So that is a complete phenomena that we are doing, and we call that value as partner obsessed. So everybody who works for this company should be partner obsessed. If he's not, he can't work. So our success lies on partnership.
JP, are you seeing the same thing where people are coming to you and are they just doing projects for you, giving you a bill, or are you seeing a deeper partnership where people coming in, putting skin in the game and actually helping you achieve an outcome as opposed to doing a project?
See, Avinash, this is the era of interdependence, right? When we say it's not independently or alone anybody can grow. So when I say interdependence means you need partner. And why we need partner? When we want to grow more or achieve more. So in context of, if I look back my organization, we are today number one steel manufacturing company in the country, and that has been achieved in 30 years. So we looked at a space where what we can do different and how can we do it. We found that our R&D, our ability to, uh, innovate or find new product, new application is very limited. We are very good at mass manufacturing. We have big capacity, we produce more and we earn more. So what we did, we approached JFE, the Japan JFE Steel, which is a specialty steel company. So recently, few days, they are joint venture partner. They have financial stake, they are transferring technology to us. And recently we acquired a company, Thyssen Group company in Nasik, in collaboration with JFE. So immediately we got access to new customers, new product lines, and then once we have expertise in that, we can multiply the skill, we can increase the skill. So that is the breaking point in our history where we are getting access to new technology, new customers, and new growth avenues. So likewise, we have partners based on the purpose we are looking at. What is our purpose? And we continuously, rethink, deliberate what can be done differently year on year basis. So and then we have a strategy in place, and then we look at what can be done by our in-house capabilities, what are outside need we help, and we find a suitable partner based on trust, based on what is in it for me for both the partners. So that is the basis for sustaining the partnership and benefiting both the partners. So that way I see partnership.
Absolutely. And Nilesh said that it's the employees of the company have to behave a certain way, that they have to be passionate about the customer. And sorry?
Other partners.
And about the partners, exactly. And you spoke about trust. I want to ask Royden, what are you looking at beyond the things that come in an RFP? Because in an RFP, they say we have this technical capability, we will do this for you, we'll do the ideation for you, we will give you access to these new markets. But for a partnership to be truly successful, there is some things which are not in the contract. So what are those things which are not in the contract?
Okay. So what is mentioned in an RFP is typically the technical details, right? And there was a time when technology was a differentiator. But in today's open market, how many of you think technology is still a differentiator? Raise of hands. Some of you still feel that technology is a differentiator. Okay, right. So cool. So see, technology no longer is a differentiator. Okay, what is a differentiator is purpose, behaviors, values, right? These are some intangible things which you can't really assess through data, right? So you look for what is the value of the partner that you're bringing on, right? Have they focused on things like ESG, right? Environment, sustainability, governance, right? What is their governance score if they are measuring it, right? How do they compare to the others who have pitched for the same RFP, right? Another aspect that we kind of look at is diversity partners. How many partners are taking diversity, equity, and inclusion seriously? Right? How are they contributing towards the communities they serve? How are they, investing in environmental initiatives? So all these factors play a big role in differentiating between who's the right partner for you versus who's not, right? And sometimes the values kind of merge together, and then you work towards for a larger purpose.
Absolutely. Um, do you have any anecdotes, any stories about some things that might have worked really well in a partnership or really poorly in a partnership? I'll leave you to think about that for just a second and go to JP. Now, you spoke about trust. How do you identify that you can trust somebody before you become a partner? Right? What's that process? I think it's a bit of an art and a science, but what is it in your opinion?
Yeah. So, see, one is when you look at partner, so you look at what is the common thing, what is the shared goal, shared vision. If there is a, same goal and one feel that we are complementing each other. So two, if I have certain qualities and I am missing that quality, and Avinash wants to, go on Himalayas, Mount Everest, you want to track, and I have some capability of building the tent and other things, and he is good in trekking. So we partner with each other. So when I say trust, it won't come from virtual world. It is, you experience, you feel it. It like oxygen. It's not visible, but it is there. So when we say trust, it is open stated statement that we trust each other, but it has to be verified with the period of time. So trust goes with the, our experiences. It's not just making one statement and you can trust. So I think trust in all kind of relationship is important. And when we look at larger purpose, which is partnership, achieving the common goal, so what can be the basis to continue that relation? So if we agree that we are partnering, then our behavior should be in such a way which build trust. So that is the thing about trust.
Absolutely. I would love for you also to share some examples of where things went very well or very badly. But I'll give you a couple of minutes to think about that. And I'm going to put one question out here for all three of you. Any of you can take it. The questions that are coming our audience is primarily around AI. So they are saying, how do you trust in the age of AI? That what's the balance between trying to pick up something that is cutting edge and being able to trust not only your partners but also the technology? I'm opening it up. Anybody who wants to can take a shot at it.
See, I think the question is primarily related to generative AI, right? Let's not forget, generative AI is just one type of AI, right? There's also AGI, artificial general intelligence, which is a much larger scope, correct? Generative AI is in the nascent stage at this point in time, right? It's primarily become popular thanks to ChatGPT, correct? Some of the larger players have been working on the same technology for quite some time, and I think they didn't have the confidence of bringing in the technology into the market. And generative AI, OpenAI was willing to take up that as a challenge and bring it out and take a chance in the market, and it paid off for them, right? So see, because it's in a nascent stage, and if you actually look into how the technology works, it basically works on statistical algorithms, right? Which actually chooses the next most likely word, and that's how it stitches it all together, right? So I do understand, this question is coming from a good space, and it's a very valid question. It's going to improve over time, right? We need to give these algorithms some more time. Of course, these algorithms are going to be trained over larger, better data sets, right? The data sets are going to improve. Right now, the data sets may not be as accurate in some spaces, right? It's going to improve over time. So I think I think this question is going to get obsolete over a period of time.
I would like to add to this. So basically, right now we are talking about generative AI or data science. But overall technology, when we talk about, I think similar questions I had got it way back when GUI came in. When the first app was coming in after the keyboard based mobiles, when the touch based mobile came in, the first app came in. So technology by itself is the most useless things unless and until it is applied for some business use, and you have to trust it. And then anything to do with trust, either a technology person or a organization, it exactly works like an individual. From engagement to the marriage, whatever process goes across, everything will happen in the same way. You don't trust earlier, then you start having the interaction, you see the response, and then you keep on trusting. Of course, after the marriage also it has to be kept on, but then that is what it is. You have to trust the technology, you have to start thinking about the implementation of the technology. Right now AI and we as individuals are in that zone where we are engaged with it but yet not married to it. We'll have to see a lot of different avenues where we can get engaged with it, and this is going to happen with each and every technology that comes in. So we need to trust before we start verifying, but as he said, trust but verify.
Now, I just want to add a perspective. Dozens of people kill other people in road accidents in the US. But if a Tesla self-driving car kills somebody, it's the banner headline on CNN, right? So even though in aggregate a technology might be safer, humans trust other humans. But when a AI or a robot makes a mistake, I think it just gets highlighted a lot more.
Technology has a curse to be perfect, humans don't.
Exactly. We are okay to we expect imperfection from humans, but we demand perfections from AI. Maybe that's not a bad thing. All right. So JP, any examples, any thoughts? We're not looking for the names of companies, obviously, but your experiences.
So this AI piece, see, my perspective on technology is that humans are the super intelligence. Technology can never beat humans. So, and my take on AI is that AI is a servant of humans. This has to serve us. So if AI start thinking and doing everything, the humans will find something else to work on. So AI is like a maid. It has to write mails for us. It has to book the taxi for us. It has to get something. But when they reach to a certain, fraction of human intelligence, humans find something else. So that is the way, if you look back, things came, disruptions happens, new things came. Who bought it? Technology. So we, as a humans, will be always superior in thinking. Technology has to serve the society and individuals. So for trusting part, coming back to our topic, how we build partnership, what are the factors which affects the partnership. So, in that context, if I look at trust is the foundation of all, behaviors or relationships. So trust has to be there. But as I said, it has to be verified. If I talk about my organization, we train everybody about what is ethics, what is code of conduct, what are, integrity. And we tell that openly in our program that we trust each and every employee in the organization. But every year we fire people because of the integrity issues, because of breach of trust, because of some infringement of behaviors. So it goes hand in hand, but we have to start with the trust.
I only want to ask one follow-up question. We spend so much time with our employees, but if partners become key part of our team, shouldn't we do the same amount of training, the outreach, sharing of the values with those partners as well?
See, these, two entities are individual when we partner. So with different capabilities. So we complement to achieve something bigger. So I think they are distinct in their own way. But if they become one, then partnership is over. You know. So my perspective is that if somebody is expert in something, and what is the values, what are the strategies making them to have that uniqueness, that should be respected. Whereas other partner have some you know abilities or values or behaviors that should be respected. But for where you can complement, somebody is complementing you financially, somebody is technically, somebody is giving you knowledge, somebody is giving you market access. So those partnership will sustain with the mutual benefits based
Love
on
that answer.
respect, empowerment, space you give to other partner.
Absolutely. Love that answer. Because we're in an educational institution, I just want to put it in a sort of a framework, right? When we think of companies, we often in the industry use this term called value streams. That you have a value stream that starts perhaps from ideation and goes all the way to delivery, post support, etc. And what the panelists on stage have really said is that you can complement parts of the value stream with experts who come in and they execute that particular part of that value stream. And by doing so, the 1 plus 1 becomes 11. Because you are able to focus on the things that you are really good at, which is the operational excellence, which is the ability to do process repeatedly at scale, right? Those are the things that we can choose to to specialize in, and we can bring it in. Just two things I want to bring in from a thinking perspective for you guys. There used to be this notion of core competence. It becomes slightly unfashionable now. I don't know if you guys are still reading Prahalad and Hamel, but in those days it was like you do what you are really good at and you work with partners for the rest. From what we're hearing on the stage, there still might be some legs to that particular approach. The second thing is that by bringing in these expert partners, we have not merged the organizations. The organizations are very clearly bringing in things that they are specializing in. They continue to retain their unique strengths, right? But there is an underlying thing that connects both of them. Both Roy and JP said that, which is trust. That if you have the trust, only then will you be able to successfully pull off a model like this. So, without getting too sidetracked on to the AI part, I just want to continue down this path of performance when it comes to partnerships, right? How do you measure, and this is for all three of you, how do you measure performance of a partner beyond the financial metrics?
Absolutely. Basically, let me give you one of the example which is very common for everyone out here. Whenever I talk about performances, I don't know, somehow I go to the this great game of cricket. And basically, if you really look at a game of cricket, the performances are decided by how many runs you scored, how many wickets you got, or how, and that's what it gets over at. But then with partnership and performance, when it comes together, if there is somebody who is playing along with it, and let me take example of great Mr. Tendulkar is playing, and there is somebody who has just made a debut. If this guy who has made a debut, if he is going to score a run, and Tendulkar is on the second, the non-striker's end, Tendulkar has to run for this guy. Tendulkar doesn't think that I am Tendulkar. You're a debutant. I'm not running for you. You run for yourself. So basically, when we really talk about the common achievements that we need to do, one of the most important thing is that we need to contribute to others' success. And that has to be one of the major contributions of performance. So that's one very important thing. And cricket teaches you like anything. Somebody hits the ball, somebody is bowling it, and again, Tendulkar or Dravid runs behind the ball and stops it, and it is never written into his, you know, records that I stopped 25 balls, nothing of that sort. So everybody contributing towards common goal and understanding that common goal is very important. So that's one important of measuring the success. The second importance of measuring the success is ability of a person to understand what is performance for me. And again, I'll give you a cricket example for this. Sorry guys, I'm talking too much of cricket. But then when we were playing for 2011 World Cup, there was a guy called Yuvraj Singh. All of you must be knowing about it. And he was not doing great before the World Cup, starting the World Cup. And Gary Kristen, who was a coach for Indian cricket team, went up to him and says, "What's happening, Yuvi? You are getting out at 7 or 8 runs. What is your problem?" He says, "See, Gary, Tendulkar is hitting so many centuries. I am equally talented as Tendulkar, but I'm not hitting a century at all. So I really, and the reason is I don't get so many balls. So I want to hit and hit the century faster." This is a time when Gary told Yuvi, "Yuvi, your performance is not measured in how many centuries you make. If you come on 7 down and if you stay there nut out for last 4 overs, we will start winning more matches. So your performance would be measured by you staying back there and not by hitting the centuries." So Gary Custon ensured that UV understands the importance of his performance. So performance has to be situational. Performance has to be different for different people, and it has to be different at a different location. So you can't have a stereotype performance. So contributing to others' success and identifying the situation and change your performance accordingly would be one of the most important things. So that is what I would say.
Lovely answer. Love that. The only thing that it's bothering me is that we are totally dating ourselves by our references to Tendulkar and Yuvraj Singh.
I should have talked about Kohli. I know that, but I have not seen enough matches for that.
I'll add a different flavor to this. So, see, how's performance measured? Like I covered this briefly in my opening statement, right? So, at an individual level, you look at the what, correct? So, you have certain metrics either in your performance objectives. Some companies call them KRAs, KPIs. KPIs are key performance indicators. OKRs have become popular these days, objective key results. It's a new framework of measuring performance, right? Now, the emphasis so far has been on you have a measure and you meet that measure hook or crook, correct? Now, let's add a third dimension to this. And the third dimension is how, okay? Because every organization has a culture, okay? And culture is something that is driven through behaviors, right? Like, for example, let's say the Tatas, for example, right? You expect a certain culture if you're working for a Tata company, correct? They have not achieved that in 1 or 2 years. It's been a progressive journey through decades, correct? So imagine you add another aspect to individual performances and you say, okay, this person has achieved this goal, right? Which was there as part of their objectives, but how have they achieved it, right? So that brings in the cultural aspect. So you're not only measuring somebody on the outcome, you're also measuring on how do they reach that outcome, which is going to drive an organization's culture in longevity, correct? So I'll give you an example from the workplace, right? So you have a sales manager who has a certain target, and he or she or they or them have been achieving that target, and they've been beating that target, right? So as long as you're measuring the what in your performance management, this person is an excellent performer, and you're probably going to give them a 200% bonus. Now you add the how to it, and you ask this question like, okay, have they achieved this target by being respectful to their team members? Have they achieved this target by being ethical? Have they made ethical decisions? And then it becomes a whole new ball game, right? And suddenly it opens up a lot of different avenues, and you start looking like, okay, they may have achieved these goals, but in the process, they have probably upset certain other partners. So what happens to your long-term goals, right? Now you apply the same philosophy to an organization's performance, right? Look at the culture of the organization. Use the same yardsticks. Apply the how have they achieved their growth. Have they been ethical? Have they been responsible towards sustainability, towards the environment, towards the communities around them, to their customers? And you'll get the answer.
Totally makes sense. Great answer. GP, anything to add?
So I think, performance, when we say performance, one is that, as Gonsalves told, the KPI performance area and what is the unit of measurement of performance. There are, three things which, lead to performance or non-performance or higher performance. It's a function of ability, opportunity, and motivation. So it is multiplicable. If anything missing out of three, then performance is zero, either motivation or opportunity or ability of an individual. So when we define performance, so we link it to larger purpose, that individual performance or team performance or organization performance. There are defined performance at three levels, and everybody's performance, contribute to something. So how to motivate individual? Link it to the larger purpose, that your performance is going to hit, organization performance or team performance. So connectedness to my daily behavior, daily action, to larger goals help me to achieve higher performance. So that is what the other things being said by co-panelists.
Makes sense. Makes sense. How important is distance in achieving successful high performance partnerships? Meaning, do people have to be in the same factory? Do they have to be in the same room? Can you do it with people who are in a different time zone, in different countries?
So see, I worked in a global organization where we had, teams working on one project from multiple continents. And, deliverables are clearly defined in terms of quantity, time, and quality. So when they were doing their individual team performance sitting in North America or Europe or, Japan or India, they were meeting at a certain frequency, certain, quarterly, half yearly, to review how are we doing, what went well, what we learned out of it, how can we improve our collaboration in future. So that is one way of working and achieving the performance from, working from different places. One unique experience which I have real-time experience, we were doing a project in Siemens. We were, project company. We were doing hydroelectric projects. Over the period, we found that from project company, we become product company. We are good in making good generator and turbines, but we are making huge losses or not getting orders from the market. So we become building great product, but when it comes to executing project and making money, we are zero. So one of the initiatives, as you know, in project team, you need finance guy, you need supply chain management guy, you need manufacturing, engineering, quality. So all stream people come together to build the project, even people from field services who are, far from your place. One experiment we did, earlier what they were doing, engineering guy was sitting in engineering department, first floor with his boss, finance guy is sitting in with finance controller, and they were meeting 1 hour, 2 hour in the morning meeting and going back to their place. So we thought, and we did a lot of deliberation over it, what if we say, and project management is another function. So 8, 9 functions led by project head, but these people from different stream reporting to their functional heads. They are getting direction from functional heads how to contribute in the projects. So project head said one day that I am the toothless tiger. This engineering guy says this is the material needed for this turbine. Quality guy says, this is the quality. And I have no say. These functional experts have all the powers. So what we introduced, one thing we did, co-location. We said all the guys sit with the project head, work on project, which is 3 to 5 years time duration. Second, we introduced a concept called captain and coach. So head of functions, we said you are coach, you are not captain when it comes to project, and your job is to create best players, and they will report to project head, who is the captain, and who will tell, the project head will tell that who is the best player, who is good, whom I want in my project, whom I don't want in project. So initially there was a lot of resistance from functional head because they are feeling disempowered, and but it worked. We explained that you are important in certain situation when it comes to functional expertise. When it comes to project, project has more power. So it's a kind of seesaw. So I saw the, then a lot of cultural changes happened. The speed of project execution, cost, customer satisfaction, everything has improved by co-location. So I don't see anything good or bad. It's the context, the industry, the business you are into.
No, we're going to kick part of that into the HR theme that's going to come in. I think they'll have a lot to say about co-location. Now, lovely young lady just told me in a very threatening tone of voice that we have got to wrap up in the next 6 minutes. So I will ask all three panelists to answer the same question, which would be, what would be your advice for this cohort that is here, 2 minutes each? Um, uh, when we're talking about high performance, when we're talking about partnerships, your overall thoughts for them, something that that would be useful for them.
Firstly, Avinash, I'm really glad the young lady has taken your advice, because you said you don't want nice people. You want people to challenge you.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yes. Thank
So,
you.
You can clap for that.
Yeah.
Proud of you.
Yeah. See, when it comes to high performance and connecting that to partnerships, and what is the role that you have to play in it, I think there are three dimensions to look at. Okay, and I'll come to the three dimensions in a second. I just want to cover why are these partnerships happening. And Professor Jaiswal earlier today came up with a really nice example about SAP and Oracle collaborating, right? See, some of these collaborations are forced because of economical reasons, okay? The end objective of some of these collaborations is to make sure that their profit margins increase. In some cases, they are forced to do it because the investment required in certain technologies is so high. For example, in generative AI, to build one LLM, it takes millions of dollars, right? So it makes sense for multiple companies to come together and build that product because they are mitigating risk, right? But what is in it for us as a country, right? And what is in it for you as students? And how can you, what kind of collaboration is going to impact us in our growth together, right? From that perspective, I think there are three important stakeholders who need to come together, okay? One is the government, right? And Avinash, you spoke about structure in the morning. You need the government to frame policies and frameworks to create that ecosystem where collaborative growth can happen, right? Two is academia. That's where you come into the picture, right? And the research that you do, it needs to be really high quality research, right? And that research is going to help us in the industry, which is the third stakeholder in this, as to in which direction you move to, to increase your growth. See, connecting the growth story. See, I'm more interested in us as, building our nation and building our communities. And to that extent, how we come together and build a workforce that is ready for the future is going to be very important. See, today the buzzword in the industry is the GCC is coming into the country, and there are over 1,000 already and expected to increase. Why are they coming here? Like I said earlier, technology is a leveler these days, right? Access to financial markets, access to investors is also a leveler. The differentiator that we as a country bring in is the talent, and that's you, right? So they are coming here because they are in search of the skills that they need to grow their business over the next few decades, right? And for you to grow your skills, you need the framework that the government comes up with. You need the good quality research that points us in the right direction. And you, end of the day, you need jobs, right? So you need industry. So the three stakeholders have to work together to kind of build a good partnership so that we as a nation and a community can grow in the next few decades.
Very nice. Sharp 2 minutes, please. She's getting ready to threaten me again.
I know, I know.
Yeah.
I was just waiting. When is it going to take time? Otherwise, my 2 minutes are going to get cut off. All the best. So basically, I'm going to give three quick advices. One of the first advice that I would like to give is that, and I'll quickly narrate a very short story. I was in 8th standards like everybody else, like you. And my mother used to push me very hard to study and specifically study mathematics. And I didn't like studying mathematics much, and I didn't do that. And I used to avoid her whenever she used to talk about mathematics. And I went for exam. I gave the exam. I got the marks. When I got the marks, I got 97%. And then, like any son, I went to my mother and just, look at that. You wanted me to study. I didn't study, but I'm still getting good marks. See how talented I am. And she was not happy with me at all, not because of my attitude. But then she just didn't say congratulations. She didn't say anything. This went on for 3 days. After third day, I actually went up to her and I said, what's the problem? Tell me. You wanted marks and I got the marks. What's the issue with you? She said, basically the process of getting success, you will start relating this to it. Not studying and I'm successful. Connecting a process to a result is a very important thing in being successful in your life. If you start connecting that I didn't study and I got good marks, is going to kill your career as you go further. So please don't connect this to your success. So it's very important to identify what process you are going to connect to your success and use it as a practice to build your own career. So that's one of the very important things that I learned. Well, thank you so much. The second thing which I would like to tell you is, all of you are talented. I of course know that. Don't take it very seriously. Talent is the most useless virtue to have with you after this, because every second person next to you is talented. What is important is going to be attitude. Attitude is going to take you ahead. And one of the most important things of attitude is how you are going to face the failure. Because I'll tell you one of the example. When you join Australian Army, in fact now even the RAW, if you have never failed, if there is no failure in your resume, they don't hire you because you don't know how to respond back if you fail. So please ensure that you fail, you come back again and wear your failures as your pride. So don't be afraid of failures. Take those risks and fail yourself. So that's the second advice that I would give you. The third advice is, please don't take advice from anyone. Right? Because what you are doing and what we have done, journey is totally different. Again, going back to cricket, Tendulkar played 1 days and Virat Kohli or Sky is playing 2020. Whatever Tendulkar says to Sky doesn't apply. What Gavaskar told to Tendulkar didn't apply. So please don't take advices. Just listen to them, think if it's okay for you, and go ahead. This is what I would say.
Lovely. I'm very happy you updated yourself to Surya Kumar Yadav.
Yes.
Smart. JP.
So, three things coming to my mind. You all are talented. So, as you said, attitude matters. So, 2-3 things which, recently, stirred me is one, the attitude of, we say either or. So, either and or don't exist now. Either and or. It's not like this way or that way. It's a mixed way. Second thing, which I learned is that, disagree but aligned and aligned. Sometimes what happens, we dislike or disagree somebody idea and we start disengaging, not having conversation around it. So even if you disagree but get engaged, so some new opening will come. That's 2 pieces of advice from my side. Thank you.
Awesome. Why do we guys come here, right? A big part of the value for me is that in our normal jobs, I, speaking for myself, don't get time for reflection. And some of these conversations are just super useful. They give us time to reflect. They listen. Give us time to think and introspect a little bit, and that's just it makes it totally worth it for us. Thank you. You've been a wonderful audience. This was the CXO panel. The folks are already on stage for the next event.
Avinash, I think I missed one thing. One thing which I think I undermined in my career in the beginning, the power of networking.
Yes.
So you are a student, you start building up your network, use network to network and network to network. It will help you to reach to sky.
Make sure you add JP on LinkedIn right after.
Yeah, right now.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, all of you. You're a wonderful audience. And we ignored you for last 2-3 minutes because we know you wanted us to stop.
Sir, there would be a vote of thanks. Yes, yes. Perfect. We would now won't be having a Q&A session due to time crunch. Now we would like to extend our sincere gratitude for your valuable participation in the C-suite panel for Marmagya 9.0. We are confident that the knowledge you shared will inspire and empower our attendees as they continue on their professional journeys. We would also like to thank Mr. Avinash Rao for his contribution as the moderator and to all the panelists for keeping the session engaging. We would now request the guests to come forward for a group photograph.
journey towards nurturing local strengths, driving impactful societal change, and empowering innovative ideas. To begin the event, I would like to extend a warm invitation to our esteemed dignitaries to join us on the stage. We are honored to welcome Dr. Gauri Kalra, Associate Director of Sales, Taj City Center, Gurugram. Professor Mahadev Jaiswal, the Founding Director of IIM Sambalpur. And Professor Diwahar Nadar, Chair Incubation.
Before we dive into today's exciting agenda, let me briefly introduce the iHub Foundation. Inaugurated in 2024, the iHub Foundation is a dedicated business incubator and accelerator of IIM Sambalpur. Our vision is to empower entrepreneurs with innovative solutions across multiple sectors by providing them mentorship, resources, and networks necessary to transform ideas into impactful ventures. With a state of the art facility spanning over 10,000 square feet, the foundation stands as a hub for innovation, networking, and growth. Our efforts are focused on 8 key thrust areas designed to address some of the most critical challenges of today: textile, agriculture, financial and digital inclusivity, healthcare, inclusive and women entrepreneurship, arts and tribal entrepreneurship, sustainability and rural entrepreneurship, disaster management, and defense. These areas were selected to ensure that we cover a broad spectrum of industries and provide a foundation for sustainable and inclusive growth.
This founding year, we received an overwhelming response with over 70 applications from entrepreneurs across diverse sectors, and today we are thrilled to have the shortlisted entrepreneurs present with us, ready to take the next leap with the formal MOU handover. The founders of these startups include a diverse mix of women entrepreneurs, local innovators, and IIM Sambalpur students and alumni. I now request Professor Mahadev Jaiswal, the founding director of IIM Sambalpur IHA Foundation, to kindly deliver the introductory address.
Good afternoon, and as you all know that IIM Sambalpur strongly believes on creating entrepreneurs, and our vision is to nurture responsible leader with entrepreneurial mindset. Even those who are joining corporates on a placement, they are supposed to create business there. They're not going to go and support the basic back function. So we want everyone to be entrepreneur mindset, not necessarily that you're creating business on your own. You may be creating business whichever organization you're joining. So that is the mindset which each one of our students, we wish them to have that. And as our core values are around 3 I's: innovation, integrity, and inclusiveness. That means we have to have these 3 I as a characteristics value systems of each one of our graduating students, and also all those who are working with us, including industry partners as well as our faculty and staff. So we believe on these 3 I because India, when we talk about the strategic alliance for business growth, most of the Indian organization lacks 3 I's, including institutions. In terms of innovation index, India is ranked 40th. In terms of inclusivity, if you just talk about gender inclusivity, as per the International Monetary Fund, World Economic Forum, we rank 127 out of 137 countries, bottom of the pyramid. In terms of integrity, we have seen large number of scams coming in the central government in the previous times, not current government definitely. So we are very, very poor in these 3 I's. And that is why the responsibility of each one us is to bring these value systems around 3 I's. And then only India can become the growing and developed countries. That is what called Viksat Bharat is for our Prime Minister. It's in line with that thought process, core values. A year back, we created Incubation Hub as a Section 8 company, and we invited applications from all over. including our students and those who are working anywhere in the country. And as I was informed, Diwahar is chairing that committee, and we have committee from faculty members, and also we are setting up the industry board to advise this incubation. Out of the 70 applications, the 30 had been selected based on the screening done by the committees, expert committees. And these are very interesting to know that many of the startups are from the local communities in a very traditional business. And some are very innovative. For example, one startup which is called EVA Plus is using AI to evaluate descriptive answers. And that is our one of the board member is also a member of this, Professor Malik. He is sitting here. He is a professor in business, and he is part of this in this startup. We have Sukanti Handloom, which is a local rural women, and she got education here, business education, and she has created a company, Culture Focus, and also won awards. Then we have Prashanta Enterprise, sanitary pads for women, featured in UNESCO. So these are some of the unique startups. They are, of course, all are very unique, and 18 of them, I was told, are present here right now for signing the MOU. Others, 12 could not turn up because of cyclone. A lot of trains and flight got cancelled, so they could not reach because of that. But 30 have confirmed. But it's a very exciting journey. I think we wish that everyone create organizations, everyone create enterprise, and so therefore business creation should not be part of only few individuals. Like today we talk only maybe few thousand companies in India, whereas if we go to US, in one district we'll find many millions businesses. Every individual is a business. So I think that is the thought process, and I'm really very happy that today we are signing MOU with this 30. IIM Sambalpur will be providing all kind of support, including financial support, including advisory support, as well as we have incubation sitting place where they will be working hub. This as part of the biggest building of our campus is dedicated to innovation hub, I2 hub. And as per the vision of our Honorable Minister of Education, Sri Dharmen Pradhan, idea is to create 100 startups will become 100 crores in next 10 years when Odisha completes 100 years of existence in 2036. And IIM Sambalpur has been chosen the place for the same, and we are very excited that, and we are hopeful that definitely we will be able to do it in next 10 years, and this is just the beginning. And with this, I again convey my heartiest congratulations to all the 30 startups who are becoming part of IIM Sambalpur I2 hub, and I wish them to become very soon 100 crore each, and in terms of valuation, and contribute to the mindset of Indian educators as well as Indian students, that the British mindset, the colonial mindset, which myself got education to become servant. We always think that we should get some job, either government job to become IS officer or become public sector or become corporate. I think things will change in coming time, and that servant mindset will change to owner mindset. And owner mindset is important. Not necessarily you are the owner, but mindset should be owner. Whichever organization you join, you should work as you are the founder of that organization. So that is the objective of this. And I am very happy that our corporate leaders are here and they are interacting with our students. They should also expect that select only those who have owner mindset, not servant mindset, so that they get the lesson that wherever they go, they should work in the front fearlessly, create new ideas, challenge the obsolete ideas, and make organizations to grow in innovation driven entrepreneurship, not simple traditional driven. With this, I thank you all of you and wish all the best for all those 30 startups.
Thank you, Professor Jaiswal, for your thoughtful and motivating address.
I now request the dignitaries on the stage to present the MOUs to the respective startups. First is Labani Healthcare LLP, Agarwal Elite Private Limited, Salon Wali, Hydrogen Foods and Beverages, Rasanta Enterprises, Tribe and Tales, Eva Plus IT Solutions Private Limited, eCafe, Perhaps you. Solidron Private Limited. Treddy Fresh Healthy. Vatsalya Daycare. Vafune. OAPCO Innovation Private Limited. Procurogeny, MedGenie Healthcare Solutions Private Limited, Koshal Builder Private Limited, and Poshan.
Now I request the esteemed dignitaries to please have a seat. Professor Nadar has been instrumental in guiding this initiative and nurturing the vision of the IHUB Foundation. Now, I would like to invite Professor Divahar Nadar to deliver the vote of thanks.
All right. Thank you, everyone. I would like to start my vote of thanks by thanking the guest dignitaries on the stage for being so cordial and patiently, listening to all the ideas and, giving your advices as well. Thanks a lot for that. I would also like to thank our founding director, Professor Mahadev Jaiswal, who has embellished the entire idea of entrepreneurship within the course of our entire academic arena. So, be it our education, be it placement, even by saying that entrepreneurs need to be there within job seekers as well. That mindset is of essence. So after that, I would like to thank my incubation committee members. I would like to thank all the administrative and academic staff as well. I would especially like to thank Ms. Chinmay for all the organization, right? And I will also like to thank the SAC office, the SAC students, IRC students, and placement students for all the assistance that they have given. And foremost, I would like to thank all my 30 startups who have put their faith in us. This is the first cohort that we are onboarding, and to put their faith in us. So this process has been going on from June. After such amount of grilling, screening, interview and everything, they have put their faith in us and they have come on board with us, and I'm assuring you that we'll definitely fulfill your wishes and we'll make sure that your startup definitely reaches 100 crore valuation at the earliest possible. Right. So with due regards, I would like to thank everyone who has made this event and made the entire process seamless so far. Thank you, everyone. I wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir, for your gracious words of appreciation. And thank you all for your presence and participation in this event. Now, may we kindly request all our startups to come forward for a group photograph to capture this special moment. May we, may we kindly request all the esteemed guests and faculty members to come join us for the group photograph.
Why innovate?
All the ladies.
Good one. So now we are more entrepreneurial mindset at the moment. Come back, Jay. Come back. Seriously, come back. It's fine. हाँ, fine. नहीं, यहीं पे ठीक है, थोड़ा आगे। आ जाओ।
तुम्हारा जो नहीं कोई पर तुम्हें जो
अब एक बार ये व्हाइट शर्ट वाला बंदे को देखिए।
That's a good one.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
IIM Sambalpur, I, Mansi,
and I, Parvati Warrior,
extend a warm welcome to all the guests of MARMAGYA 9.0, the flagship annual business conclave of IIM Sambalpur. We now request our esteemed guests to kindly join us on the stage. Mr. Priyanka Nayak, sorry. Mr. Shivanand Mohan, Mr. Nitin Kindria, Ms. Kanupriya Taneja, Mr. Ameya V. Karambe.
Earlier, we had the privilege of hearing from the C-suite panel. It was truly an engaging and informative session that shed light on how strategic partnerships can foster long-term success. We hope you found it as enriching and engaging. Now, the HR panel will dive into the sub-theme of employment branding through strategic partnerships. In today's world, a company's reputation as an employer plays a crucial role in attracting top talent. By leveraging strategic partnerships, organizations can enhance their employer brand, create engaging workplace cultures, and ensure sustainable growth.
We now request our respected faculty, Professor Shikha Bharadwaj, to kindly come on stage and felicitate our esteemed panelists.
Mr. Shivanand Mohan, Head Learning and Development, MSN Laboratories. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Ameya V. Karambe, Head HR and OD, Leap India Private Limited. Mr. Ameya V. Karambe, Head HR and OD, Leap India Private Limited. Ms. Kanupriya Taneja, Head of People, India and APAC, Credera. Ms. Kanupriya Taneja, Head of People, India and APAC, Credera. Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Priyanka Nayak, University Talent, Partner Global, Talent Acquisition, PayPal. Ms. Priyanka Nayak, University Talent, Partner Global, Talent Acquisition, PayPal. Mr. Ameya Karambe, Head of Mr. Nitin Kindria, CHRO, Omega Seiki Mobility. Mr. Ameya Karambe, Head of Mr. Nitin Kindria, CHRO, Omega Seiki Mobility.
Thank you, ma'am. I would now like to introduce our moderator, Ms. Kanupriya Taneja. Ms. Kanupriya Taneja is an accomplished HR leader with over 15 years of experience, currently the head of People India and APAC at Credera and its agencies. She drives inclusive, engaged workplaces. She has held key roles like Director of Global People and Culture and HRBP lead at... Okay.
Hello. Is it okay? Now I think it's. So they didn't want me to speak, maybe. Okay, the mic was. Okay, I think half of the introduction is done. My name is Kanupriya. You guys can address me with Kanu. Head of people for Credera, which is a management consulting firm in Martech Element. As a moderator, I think I would want to hand it over to my panelists. They can do the introduction. But before we get to the introduction, a little bit about the topic. We have started our day with talking why strategic partnership is imperative. I think we have heard how the economy is booming, what's happening. I think it's a way of life. It's the sustainability. And having a strategic partnership can definitely increase not just your range, your reach, but it's would only impact the business to get the client and at the same time have a right skill set for the organization. So as a moderator, I would want to hand it over to Shiva, hear from you, your introduction, where you come from, and also your thoughts on employer branding. And we will get deeper into strategic partnership eventually with the questions flow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thanks, IIM Sambalpur, for the opportunity. My name is Shivanand. I'm a Tamilian, born in Mumbai, currently work in Hyderabad. Did my engineering from BITS Pilani and almost a decade back sitting on that side of the seat in IIM Kozhikode. So a lot of memories come back of my MBA. I've done a lot of crazy things, which is not kind of very linear in my career, but in the sense, not had a very regular career path, a very accidental HR person, primarily very strong in math, but came into HR because of my passion to impact human lives. And currently, the role I play is head of learning and development for a pharmaceutical firm called MSN Laboratories. We are the world's largest B2B supplier of API. API in pharma terms is active pharmaceutical ingredients. It's based in Hyderabad, privately held firm with $1 billion in revenue and 15,000 employees. Coming to the topic of employer branding, I'm sure many of you know companies like, say, Sun Pharma, Dr. Reddy's, Cipla, but a company like ours is a lot more media shy, but we do credible things. And possibly even participating in an event like this is part of employer branding, right? My starting thoughts on this topic would be strategic partnerships mean it's a partnership, which means there are two parties involved, and it should be strategic for both the parties. It's not just a one-way street. And why is it important for people sitting over here? When most of you apply for jobs or seek jobs, I've seen the craze for the CTC being asked as the first question rather than what does the company do, what are the company's values, what do they stand for. So trying to understand each other. I am a big fan of this book called 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. Every leadership coach would actually be giving you gyan based on those 7 habits only in different terminologies. So one of the habits is seek to understand first, then to be understood. And that's what I would say, that in a strategic partnership, both the parties need to understand each other. We as organizations need to understand your aspirations, and you also have to understand our expectations so that there's a right match. And for that, we use principles of marketing of STP, which is segmentation, targeting, and positioning, right? So I'm not going to sell Mercedes Benz to a low income customer or possibly a low income prospect. So similarly, companies need to be very, very clear on what kind of audience they want to attract, what kind of stakeholders they would like to work with. And simple things like segmentation, targeting, and positioning would be the one to start with.
Thank you so much, Shiva. Thank you so much. I think you have captured parts of it which you guys are anyway going through in terms of your education. And this is where the real application comes in when we sit here, gives you the industry element. So thanks so much, Shiva. We'll get deeper into it, talk more about from a strategic alliances. Over to you, Ame.
So I lead human resources currently with an organization called Leap India. So Leap India predominantly it's a very early stage for me in this organization, just about a year. So earlier I was with Carnival Cinemas. I was CHRO for the Carnival Group. We had about 16 different businesses, and that's the time since when I've been associated with IIM Sambalpur. Shikha has been very kind enough to call me every time for some of the other work that we jointly do in terms of the collaboration with IIM Sambalpur. My views on employer branding. See, I've looked at different types of strategic partnerships. Because as he rightly mentioned, and he stole away the three words of STP from me. I wanted to speak about it, but he stole it away. So, but thank you very much for highlighting that, because very few people, honestly speaking, understand what STP is, because you need to understand where you go and where you speak. So there's a difference in friendship and partnership and collaboration. There are a lot of times I see HR professionals going and talking in colleges and posting it on LinkedIn and saying, I've done this, I've gone and spoken. But what is the impact that you've created on the brand? Because my CEO will always ask me, you've gone. So today in the morning when we spoke about something, he said, what are we going to benefit out of the people that we take, say, from Sambalpur next year? So that question of what is the investment that you're doing on, so 1 day of salary against the initiative that I'm going to get back to the organization, and the complete impact of the initiatives that we do in the collaboration. So I've done collaborations with organizations like NSDC. I've done collaborations with sector skill councils in my past role, where I transformed a COE of training into a business model, raised 2 rounds, one from a PE and one from a VC investor. So that's also a model that I'll speak about when we go ahead. And currently, I'm doing something called as Leap Academy, which is a part of the collaboration with the Sector Skill Council of Logistics, where we are building a university through. So it's going to start with an institution and then going to go towards building of an university in logistics solutions. But the focus is going to be the business model that we are currently running, which is called palletization. So palletization is basically about how pallets are important for the supply chain. So we are a pallet pooling company, predominantly a timber company, where we have 58 lakh timber pallets and approximately 20 lakh plastic assets and about 1,000 odd MHEs, which is material handling equipment. So we'll talk about it as we go. Just to kind of sum it up, for me, the employer brand has to go hand in hand with the product brand. Many times we forget what the product brand is about and start talking about employer brand. So both the things together, and as he mentioned, the STP of who is going to impact the organization is the key.
Thank you so much, Amay. And I think you have brought it up very well. You know, when we talk about strategic alliances, partnership, it's just not that. It also talks about what are you bringing back to me? The outcome, the matrix, and how authentic it is. And thanks so much, Amay. I think we'll get deeper into how it leads to ROI. And as we bring in the industry element, when we are sitting with you, there's a lot of expectation with which we are also going in. So thanks so much. Priyanka, we would love to hear about you, about your understanding of employer branding with strategic partnership, please.
Thank you. Am I audible? Uh, yes, okay. First of all, I welcome all of you to come back from that lunch break phase and stay with us. And this is Priyanka Nayak, and I've been associated with a pharma-based company, then a consulting-based company, and now with PayPal. So it has been a very interesting journey. I started as an intern, and it's been a great experience for me from the entire talent acquisition journey. You know, it's one of the kind of experience. And today I am closely working with the universities. Definitely looking forward to enhance a lot of partnerships. As it is mentioned in the subject itself, that, you know, the a strategic partnership for business excellence. So that itself talks a lot about the collaboration And what I feel why employee branding is really important for these strategic partnership alliances is things were different, if you know, 4 years ago before COVID, right? And I think it is more to do with, it was just a lot to do with only the hiring. And things are different now because we do not want to stick only with the hiring or the interview process. For us to be aligned in the same page and be in that win-win situation to accelerate our relationship better, I think coming in terms of that collaboration is very important. So it is more to do with enhancing the campus presence or doing the campus branding, not just setting the process of interview, which is end to end of hiring, but building that meaningful connection with the campus itself. You know, that is something that I think which can be progressive and make a difference. And this can happen in a lot of ways. So this is one of them. A lot of activities like giving them a case study or maybe building hackathons, seminars, a lot of things which can go hand in hand. And this together, when is formed, I think it is a very noble partnership that happens hand in hand, you know, and that goes a long way. So it will not just end with hiring and you close the position or you start your journey. In fact, it will start from there on. And once you are associated with this, it also becomes such that you will be always given that extra experience. And it's more about the experience. It's not just about, you know, hiring for the job or doing that sort of a branding and it's done. No, it is even more than that. And that's where you start and that's how you progress. So it is a very progressive and a transformative journey, which needs to go a long way. And it just doesn't end at the one next aspect. And we will discuss more about this in the upcoming questions as well. I'm
Thank
sure.
you. Thank you so much, Priyanka. And I was just thinking, as you were talking about win-win situation, meaningful relationship, and I want to give a lot of kudos to the director, Mr. Jaiswal, because he was interested to know how we can contribute more. And this is called strategic partnership. And this is where, we were having our corporate relations session and how he was interested to know how they and we can, collaborate, bring the curriculum in such a way that, our association is just not one time, it's a long-term association. So yes, that's also part of employer branding and strategic partnership that we'll be getting deeper, more into nuances in practice. But yes, we do have Nitin with us, who is our CHRO from Omega. Nitin, we would love to hear from you, your background, and also your understanding about the topic.
Namaskar, I am Sambalpur. I'm audible, I think. Yeah. So, Namaskar, I am Sambalpur. I have 2.5 decades of experience with HR. Started with, you're one of the partner called CII. Worked with Ministry of Defense, continuous process industry, textile industry, automobile industry. And from last 8 months, I am with the startup organization, and we are the manufacturing of three-wheelers, EV three-wheelers, EV scooters, EV commercials, drones, and we have an parent company which are into the steel manufacturing. In terms of the today's theme, the agenda, the topic, the subject which we're talking about, I think it's good to talk about any big subject, but you need to have an in-depth understanding of the subject also. Now to talk about this thing, and when you ask us any kind of questions, so I may tell you that strategic partnerships, in my view, can happen into the four parameters, right? It may be financial strategic partnership, it may be technological, it may be process, and it may be people. So you need to understand what kind of a strategic partnership we are talking about. Second, are we talking about it on the transactional basis, on the operational basis, or on the transformational basis? Because whole of your strategic partnerships get diluted, or it can be win-win if you are not taking care of these things. Third thing, short-term, mid-term, and the long-term strategic partnership. Most important is whenever we have a partnership, it's easy to enter into any kind of a partnership and talk about the business excellence. Business excellence is the good word, but it's nothing but the profits in the business. No business runs without profit. So minus 1600 crore losses and coming with the IPO, it is not making sense to me if you have 100 strategic partnerships also. So most important, when you need to exit from this strategic partnership and need to have a new strategic partners in place. So these are the things I think we need to think on while working on the industry, sector, organization, and society as a whole. So this is my say on that.
Thank you so much, Nathan. I think you spoke a lot about the entire gamut and like what all it should cover. And I'm very excited to see, first of all, Namaste, I am Sambalpur. Very, very happy to see the miraculously awakened team after lunch. So thank you so much. I would want our team who is standing, if you can collect the questions, while we do have 2-3 questions that would really help you understand about the employer branding and the strategic partnership. But if you can get the collections collected in next 15 minutes, we'll be happy to take that and then we'll throw the Q&A session up there. Okay, on that, I will actually go to Nitin and exactly where you left. No partnership can be executed if there is no ROI, right? It has to come with the business outcome. So I would love to understand from you, from your industry, considering your industry leads the way, works closely with government, how do you operate in this format of employer branding where you have the complete strategy coming in, and how do you ensure there is a matrix that helps you devise or define that here's the business outcome and here's, we have been able to achieve the business numbers because of this strategic partnership, and how it has helped the employer branding, you defining or getting more clients on board or more skilled talent on board?
Okay, it's not easy to answer this question, right? But let me have an attempt onto it, right? EV itself is a very, very difficult industry. We have government policies, challenges. We have challenges over the supplier end, right? And the third challenge is with the infrastructure. Fourth challenges is the, any guesses? तो infrastructure आ गया वो. अब चौथा challenge कौन सा है? Which is the main challenge? Infrastructure बता दिया ना, government policies ये वो सब आ गया. बेचना भी है ना भाई. So that is the end customer mindset, right? I'm hiring you not to satisfy me or the board or the management or the HOD. I'm hiring you to bring in more customers. You means anybody. Company is paying me salary, right? To have a positive EBITDA, to have a long run business. I need to run the company for next 100 years. So what kind of strategic partnerships I can do? So my strategic partnership starts with the driver, right? Now, whatever I am doing at Kanupriya, we have a different kind of an integration system which works on the motor, which works on the powertrain, which works on the battery and the integration of it. Now, 8.5 kilowatt battery to 10.8. This means the whole integration process will get changed. The capacity of the motor and the bulb which you put it in the headlight, wiring, relays, consoles, everything will get changed. So it's a cost. So I need to see when I'm entering into any kind of a technological strategic partnership, how much it is going to cost me per product, per component basis. And as an employee, I need to think on this because management has hired me to think on those issues, right? To address those issues, to bring that kind of a customer satisfaction and delight on the P&L books. अब आप बोलोगे P&L books में वो customer satisfaction delight कैसे आएगा? When I have my IoT system. Do you understand IoT? Internet on things, right? Now, if any kind of discrepancies is coming on my IoT system, is on the back end, I'm delivering that data back to my R&D, my production, my SCM, my SQA team to work on, and do we have a collaborative training systems or not? This way we create the employer branding.
That's amazing.
Right?
Thank you.
So this way we create the employer branding. So over to you.
Thank you so much, Nitin. I think it's a very different from a technology standpoint that you have thrown light, and it's a very different perspective and important for everybody to know. It's just not what it seems. But in today's world, what comes very natural to us is a social platform. So I would like to ask Priyanka, what is your take on employer branding and the strategic partnership, and how PayPal, the organization that you are associated with, operates and leverages employer branding element through strategic partnership?
Yes. So, like I said before, that things were different before COVID, and now it is exactly the opposite. In fact, we are just getting better and better at it because we think and we believe that, again, we give a lot of emphasis for the long-term partnership. We give a lot of emphasis for the experience. We want that sense of belongingness, which the students wants to feel, and the company wants to give it back as well. So at PayPal, we kind of build programs, which is more to enhance that experience. That could be in terms of any sort of a program exclusively done for certain audience. Like, for example, for the MBAs, we have a product management program wherein we have sort of a classroom sessions for them, which we have a stipulated time period, which we actually give them, which is also inclusive of the case study. So what happens is, with this, we are kind of also giving them that leeway to learn better and understand things from a corporate perspective and what is going on in a real world inside. And it is quite realistic, right? It is not something which is just from the textbook and just theoretically sessions. So it is more like that they're hearing from the experts, they are hearing from our product managers or the owners what is happening in and around. So with this, and there is like a result to it as well. That is, whenever there are positions which is opened, we know that these are the people whom we actually trained. So they are the ones that who we would like to go ahead with, because we know they have done some sort of case study, or they have done some sort of the experience that they have contributed. So these are just one of those elements or aspects. Apart from that, there are a lot of other things as well, which we spoke in today's session, that, strategic networking, how important it is. So again, networking is not just sending a LinkedIn request or just saying hi and hello to anyone and going further, or just taking a full stop there or halting. It is more about building that meaningful connection, getting to know, wherein if you are interacting with someone, you know that you have left a lasting impression, and you make such an impression that you are remembered. Okay, if you are from an IIM Sambalpur, I know, okay, I did speak to this person, and I know why I have to go with this person for this particular event, or for the, say, session or hiring position. That's the kind of the process. And it is not just one time investment, it is a long term process. You just don't start with it and stop with it then and there. It is more like a long term investment which will go long way, and this is just a beginning of it. So these are few of the elements which we focus on. And initially we used to focus a lot on few target based colleges, but now we think talent is everywhere, which also means that there is a lot of competition, right? There are a lot of MBAs, there are a lot of engineering students, which is across the industry, and it's just not stopping at one. So what makes your difference is how you kind of scale up yourself, your ladder, and how you build that connection, which is like very genuine. And it has to come from within, it is not with any sort of the filter that you will move ahead with. So that is something which should come within and very genuine. So these are also a few of the elements wherein I think that not just going with the targeted colleges, but going inclusive and more diverse has also helped us. So that has been one of our most prominent target from the last 2 years after COVID, and that has really helped PayPal in a much massive way. That is one of the efforts. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Priyanka. I think very well put. It's a combination of so many efforts, and not just from an employer standpoint, but also from an employee who is seeking out and how they build a rapport and relationship. So, Amay, if I may ask you, and I would be very interested to know, what platforms have you guys used to build your employer branding or EVP, and what strategies have worked for you? I would love to hear from you, the industry that you come from, and what is your segment that you were talking about and how you tap onto it. Thank you.
Sure. So things like LinkedIn, Facebook, say other social media platforms, many of them don't work for me because so this is for people who sit out here, but I have about my PUM, we say AUM, right? Asset under management. So I say people under management. My people under management is say approximately 2,500 today, out of which 80% of them are 3PL based workmen, or they are basically a third party workmen. Basically, where our control only remains on how do we control the quality of the pallet repair. So the business is very different. So my employer branding works on a very different level. So my employer branding works on going to colleges like the ITIs, the smaller versions of the smaller diploma colleges, from where we pick up talent. See, because the people that I kind of hire, basically we don't hire, but we have a process that we've set up even for the 3PLs, and we monitor the setup. So it's like a COE function that monitors as an audit function as to what the 3PLs are doing. So approximately I have about 4 3PLs, and those 4 3PLs have about 2,500 odd workmen under their purview. So we go to ITI. So we've done a strategic partnership with ITI. We are doing a tie-up with the government of Maharashtra for running one single ITI in Bombay, and then scaling that up and taking it all over. Tech Mahindra Foundation is another platform that we very commonly are using. We've had about 200 odd people from them in the last 1 year. One thing that we did last year as a strategy. So we were talking about. So when I joined this organization, about 200 odd positions were open, and at the junior most level, say about 40 odd positions were open, and we pay decently well. We pay much above the markets because it's very difficult, because we are not an industry that people know of. So it's a very different we are neither supply chain, we are neither transportation, we are in between. We are basically an organization which is more of timber. We source timber from Baltic regions. Then it comes to us. We make pallets out of them, and then these pallets go to supply chain. So we are a very different industry. So when this situation came, I went and I spoke to the head of sales. About 20 positions were in sales. I said, what if I give you freshers? Would you be able to train these freshers and scale that up? We hired about 27 students from IIMs last year, and about 20 students from other colleges. We took 10 as a 10 as a buffer, so that if 10 people leave, we will have a buffer remaining with us. Believe you me, till now, it's been about 6 months. We've not got even a single person leaving. The attrition has stabilized. See, the most important part remains in the business is that the continuity of the business is the key. And for a business like ours, where it's so if a pallet is given on rent, so I have about 58 lakh odd pallets, about 10 lakh of them lie with Coke. So I have to go to Coke, and it's more of key account management than anything else. And I need the person to go and speak to the customer all the time, and also take care of the assets, whether to check the assets are in proper condition, whether the assets are being used correctly. So it's very important for an individual to know who's running the HR function or the strategy function, HR strategy function. What, like he mentioned, the STP is very important. Who is your target audience? Though I go to a lot of IIMs and speak, but I don't really hire a lot of people. I hire about 25, 30 people in a year, and these 20, 25, 30 people, I also don't go on the day zero, because purposely I don't go on day zero because I'm not able to afford on day zero. So I wait for the time when the time is right. I go at that time and take the best talent. It's so people who've joined us will tell you that there is a very stringent process by which we take the talent inside also. So we're very choosy about who comes in, and when they come in, we take care of them well. So that's the strategy.
Thank you so much, Amay. I think you have brought in the fantastic element that each industry comes with its own ways of operating, and they should have their own strategy, and they need to understand the audience. And this is exactly what we learn, understand your target audience and then come with your segmentation and target and create your own framework. So fantastic. And while you do that, be authentic. Like whatever you promise, you ensure that you retain them, you keep them. And that's a fantastic element that you are referring to. And on that, if I may, Shivananda, because I know you did mention we are not the Reddies, we are not those big giants, we are the mid-size organization, and employer branding makes an important, it is integral part, how we position ourselves, and especially now when there is a skill set gap. As much as we say, and in the morning session we were thinking, then we were talking, we have the most young generation, but still we have that gap of skill gap. So then how the employer branding works in this current market, and what are your efforts towards this to attract those talent?
Yeah, so MSN Laboratories has been going through a major transformation culturally and digitally, and we are extremely fast growing. Uh, 2 years back, we were 10,000 headcount, today 15,000. Year on year, almost 35%. Revenues are also growing rapidly. It's a 21-year-old startup, is how my chairman describes it. And what happens in a business like pharma, especially a B2B player like us, the B2C folks you get to see on the pharma shops, on the billboards, but B2B players like us quietly operate behind the scenes. Now we are also foraying into the B2C, which is called the formulations business, which is a higher margin business. So almost out of the 8,500 crores revenue, 5,500 crores comes from API, which is the B2B, and 3,000 comes from the formulations. So the chairman's very, very clear about positioning the brand, instilling it in the minds of people. So we actually engaged with Mercer. Mercer is a human resource consulting organization, and um, we just had we didn't have a very deep exercise, but we all went through a workshop called the EVP workshop, employer value proposition. And you would not you would be surprised that today, if you if a recruiter from MSN Laboratories calls you, each recruiter is trained to tell exactly the words. It's like a sales pitch. Typically what happens with companies is the recruiter will have a different style of approaching a candidate, which kind of spoils the overall candidate experience. So we've kind of standardized the way a recruiter approaches. We've kind of figured out which are the markets we need to focus on, but we've kind of doing a lot of experiments. We are a firm believer of this computer science search algorithm concept called explore versus exploit. It happens when you're dating, when you're looking for a house, when you're hunting for an apartment. You don't go and see the first apartment and narrow down on the first apartment. You actually explore quite a bit to then start exploiting. So similarly with branding, I don't think I can just come to IIM Sambalpur and start exploiting. I mean exploiting in the sense start hiring. I probably need to visit 10 IIMs. I probably need to visit few more B schools, and then I'll pick up few people from everybody, and then we will see what works and what doesn't work. For this, we need to be super agile. If things are not working, we are okay to fail fast and move on. Also, we built a strong corporate communications team, which was not existing. Partly because the company which I represent is a privately held organizations. Unlike publicly listed firms which have a mandate to inform stakeholders, shareholders, everything is here privately held. But still, we realize the importance of corpcom team, which has kind of increased our follower count on LinkedIn. Having said that, there are again various personas we have while recruiting talent. We have someone at the CXO level, someone at the mid level, and at the entry level. If you look at our entry level, similar to what Mr. Amey said, uh, 80%, 85% are almost those entry level BSc or MSc candidates, right? So they are generally not active or don't even have an account on LinkedIn. So we did something very interesting called a concept called self-driven teams, where we found that the attrition was very high at the entry level. So we went partnered with schools from underprivileged backgrounds, and we promised those students that the next 5 years of your BSc and MSc is taken care by us, but in return you will stay back with us, and you'll be gainfully employed, you'll get a stipend, you'll get an accommodation, you'll be taken care of. So we've done branding at the bottom of the pyramid this way. At the CXO level, we have operations in 80 different countries, so we partner with executive search firms, and we also participate in a lot of events to brand, and of course word of mouth referral. So we do a gamut of activities, and to summarize what we are doing is we've come up with an MSN playbook which kind of standardizes the employee experience. So we didn't have a L&D team earlier because the company was 19 years old when I had come over, and we set up the L&D team from scratch. We've trained all our managers, almost 1,300 plus managerial staff, through intensive programs. So branding has two components to it. One is to the outside world, and then one is to your own employees. And what we figured out is uh, you take care of your internal folks, they will be the best marketers for you. And so a whole lot of employee branding is borrow concepts from the marketing department and run it in the HR. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And I think this is a very good point that Shivai has put in. Um, what goes external and internal. Next time you sign up for any organization, always speak to internal people what's happening, and that will give you the authenticity that whatever the promises are being made, are they really lived by the people. So I think that's a very well point that you have brought in.
Just to maybe add on, for the students sitting over here, this is very important because uh, when you're graduating, you're going to be on that placement day, just probably trying your luck. It's like a gamble. ये company नहीं मिला है तो दूसरा company. That's not how you choose your career, right? Choosing your career is as important as choosing your partner, right? So you don't gamble with that. These are very, very important decisions, and don't succumb to the pressure of somebody making few lakhs more than you. Trust me, 10 years down the line, when you'll be sitting in the sofa, or probably even 5 years down the line, it will really not matter. Beyond few lakhs a month, right? You don't even know. You can eat the same roti, chapati, or dosa, right? It's not like you're going to eat 10x the amount of food that your friend's earning 10 times. So money is a hygiene factor. I think job satisfaction, playing your true game is more important for you to take a career choice. So it's kind of connected to the employer branding. Don't sign up for Google or Amazon because it's so fancy to work there. Maybe Google's not cut out for you, right? Figure out what's in it for you, and that's the best decision you can possibly take after you graduate.
I'll just go a little deep dive into that. And thanks so much for bringing this up, Shiva. It's very important at your junction where you are, guys. Just the way employer has a values, you also have your own values. Match that up and then find the organization that you would want to sit for. And that's where your longevity and working and your satisfaction that you will get towards the end of the day would come in. So just like how employer branding is there, your brand is equally important, and you need to bring in the strategic partnership there too. But yes, I'll not digress there, but more questions on it. So this is a free-flowing question for all four of you. While I'll wait for the team to throw in a question, or we can have a Q&A. This is interesting topic because this calls for your career, what is important for you, and how employer branding works in terms of positioning, not just the organization, even you associated with the organization. So a free-flowing question here is to my panelist. You know, what happens is we talk about strategic partnership. We all possess HR knowledge, right? Do you see the need to collaborate? And this is where Shiva also highlighted parts of it, the marketing team. And then what is your ways to address so that there are no differences of the promises made outside versus what is happening inside? And so how they work in convergence, the CPO and the CMO. And I would love to hear your perspective there. Yep.
So Kanu, I joined this organization in March 2024. And I'm a little straight guy. As I look into the business first, right? Because if business doing great, then I'm safe, right? I can hire more, I can pay more, I can do lot of activities because my capacity bandwidth increase. So I asked someone, and startup has a culture where chairman knows everyone, right? And they all sit together, eat together, right? Do all rubbish together, right? And these kind of things happen. And I said that, okay, how many core values we have? Because strategic partnership happen when you have an understanding and living within the core values. So when I did that, so I didn't get the much more appropriate answers. And we have a lot of technological, financial partnerships happening, as I told you. We were the first one who has given the global or globally, we were the first one who has introduced 15 minutes fast charging three-wheeler, right, with the exponent. And that you can search it on Google. Even we don't export, but we have a global landmark. We are selling in European market, we are selling in, but we don't talk about it. So the platforms which we're talking about, social media things, that's okay. That gives you a mileage. We are present across ministries, across ministers, across IPS, IRS, IFS, and all associations, right? But strategic partnership, as Shiva also said, you also emphasized on, it starts from internal family, your own customer. And if you go to Uday's Narang, who is my chairman, from last 4 months, I'm giving it the thank you card. People going digitally, I'm going personalization, right? And last month, my chairman got a thank you card from my manufacturing team. And you can go to my manufacturing team and third party contract workers are talking about the core values of the organization. So that is the way you need to build the strategic partnership. And in a startup culture, what happened that money flows is not consistent. Sometimes even the paying to workers is difficult. My workers stand by me and this is, we are with you. So that kind of a strategic partnerships is required to create your employability. In last 5-6 months, I have hired almost 60-65 people, not using on a single consultant. And somebody needs a job also. So which you talked about network. I see that if in my lift also, if somebody is not, right? If I'm taking the staircase also, I see LinkedIn and I see that how many people are working surroundings me. Because still we have to see that we have a plant which is in Faridabad, which is in Pune. Who can go to, in Pune, you have a typical problem. If someone is in Hinjwadi, they do not want to travel to Chakan. So that kind of a mindset you need to have, that you need to be vigilant. As somebody talked about agile, but you need to be vigilant enough that from where you can get the talent and what kind of an employability branding activities you can do. So sometimes every time out of the box thinking may not work on. So you need to think within the box also.
Gotcha. Yeah. Anybody would like to add? Yeah, please, Shiva.
I think maybe sticking to the question of the role of having multiple skill sets, right? Uh, I think it's applicable even for graduating students. Today you don't have just computer science, right? Tesla is not a product of only electrical engineering. It's mechanical, electrical, computer science. Everybody coming together with material science. Uh, my chairman always says, "Don't bring me the HR person in you. Bring the business person who will talk HR." Right? So most support functions lose out the game when you're too poetic, thinking that, oh, we'll have to take care of people. We'll have to take care of people at what cost, right? If I have to keep all of you happy, I can credit 1 crore in each of your accounts. You'll all be happy, but is it feasible? It's not
Shiva,
feasible, right?
the only thing is still they will not be happy. And I may tell you that one time in an organization, we decided it will give everyone the increment later on the 1st of April with the 10-15% increase. Yeah. Now there is another complaint which comes in. आपने तो गधे घोड़ों को सबको एक जैसा ही कर दिया. Right. So challenges will be there.
So the thing is, it's called a hedonic treadmill. No matter what you earn, no matter what you get, you'll keep on being unhappy. But you all have to embrace the skill sets of the other functions, which is why in my organization we have this concept called R1, R2, R3. R1 is resource, R3 is results. But the only magical R2, which converts low resources to high results, is relationships. Unless you go meet the other person from the other department. I see in my organization, sometimes people be having lunch with the same people for the next 6 months. Don't have lunch. Even in IIM, don't go have lunch with the same friend every day. You're actually wasting time because your entire 2-year course is almost 500 days, almost. You have opportunity to meet 500 people in campus if you have lunch with everybody, right? If you're going to meet with the same person for 500 times, you're going to be strong with that person, but you will not know anybody else. So there's also research called strength of weak ties. You need to kind of network strategically. You need to also brand strategically. It's more like you have a little bit of, you spread your net wide across, but you also have to go a little deep. So you'll have to kind of balance both. That will happen only when you spend time with people from who are not like you. I started my introduction by saying I've done a lot of crazy things, right? I traveled the world. I started a retail firm. I started a technology firm. I taught in a village for 2 years. And sometimes when I go for an interview, the HR asks, you don't have relevant experience. And that's why I thank Larson and Dubro. They told you have insane experience which none of my HR folks have, right? So sometimes it's also us HR leaders, we need to look at what is relevant experience, what's irrelevant experience. Go garner everything that's possible, and that will all culminate into something strategic. And only when you go walk, meet people, you'll have that mindset of thinking multidimensional, and thinking from other functions point of view. Otherwise, you'll be just a plain HR person talking 40 years of HR theory, which will fall flat miserably in the business leader's face. Just maybe last 15 seconds. Most of us watch videos of Steve Jobs, Elon Musk. They are all in the US. Remember, this is India. People who want to work in India, most Indian business leaders don't take MBAs so seriously because MBAs kind of are very theoretical and very theory framework based. Indian businesses operate on a lot of realities which cannot be officially told, right? Because there are a lot of things like try getting a government contract, try getting a driver license. Can you actually have a very clear cut procedure or SOP? It doesn't work like that in India. So to be great business administrators in India, you need to know the Indian way of working, which is not in the textbooks. It is with your friends, with industry experts. Go walk, have a cup of coffee and learn, and then embrace this.
Yeah, thank you so much. You're absolutely right. And as something I would want to say with immense pride, the reason why we keep hiring from IIM Sambalpur is the entrepreneurial skill set that you guys have a course. And that makes us, okay, we can hire from this institute because they would know what business is, they would know the elements of business. So, and that's your employer branding that's working for us. On that, I know there is a time ticking in, and I would want to open up for Q&A. If we have the questions already, we can, if the mic is already there, we can give it to people who have questions. This is important from many elements. One, you get attracted from employer standpoint and also for your own brand. If questions are there, happy to take it up.
Hello, ma'am. My name is Utkarsh. Ma'am, I would like to ask what role does a company's culture play in building partnerships that align with its employment branding goals?
Can you be a little louder and plus keep the mic a little down so that.
Sorry, am I audible now?
Yeah, much better.
Ma'am, what role does a company's culture play in building partnerships that align with its employment branding goals?
So what role does an HR play or what role is an
Yes.
organization play?
Organization play.
Culture play. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. So I think we can take one by one, or would you like to take first, Priyanka?
Okay. So very important, right? And before culture, I think the most important thing is the organizational philosophy. So if the organization philosophy of X and Y is not the same, then the strategic partnership will never happen. Right? Second thing, uh, not only the cost and effect analysis happened during the strategic partnerships, but the cost benefit analysis also happened. And every partner who is getting into the strategic partnership, their capacity to live in that partnership is also required. Because it is not the MOU which you are going to sign it. Team is going to work. Uh, I may not name the company, but we got into the one of the strategic partnership with one of the leading company in India, or I can name it also because it's on LinkedIn, right? Now, what is the purpose behind that partnership? If it is same for the end objective, which you talked about the 7 habits. So begin with end in the begin with the end in the begin end in the mind. Begin with end in the mind, right? So that way we have started the one partnership because they also want to cater the end customer, and we also want to cater the end customer. So if that objective is getting matched with the profitability for both the parties, without incurring much more cost to it, right? So why not to get into that thing? And this is the ongoing expansion and the scalability model.
Gotcha. No, thanks so much,
that's it.
Nitin. Yep, thanks so much. And I think one is the objective, then the culture. Absolutely, it's very imperative. It is the need of the hour, and that's where employer branding comes. You take the name of Amazon, there is a culture that comes in your mind. You take the name of Google, it comes in your mind that exactly what they offer to people. And that's where when we're talking about the employer branding, you get to your values, your behaviors, and then you match it up. Okay, is it mapping with me? And that's what we were discussing more about. So culture plays imperative role in creating an employer branding. You look into their social platform, and you will see what are they talking about. And that's what you want to add something
Yeah,
there, Shiva.
maybe she wanted to say something. Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead, and then I'll. Yeah,
Thanks.
yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that culture plays a very important role. Like everybody agreed here, and like Shiva also mentioned, right? That don't go for brand. It's actually true, because most of the time, what happens is we only see that brand, and we apply for jobs. We prepare for only those interviews. But what we don't usually connect and see is that do they actually align with what we are looking at? Might as well could be, the kind of role that you are actually getting there could not be something what you were envisioning for the long term or maybe even for the short term. It's just that, okay, that's the company you wanted to work for and that's why you're working. So, what is more important is, I think, if the culture is set in such a way where your ideas are appreciated, where you have a freedom to discover or innovate, and give that contribution, if that is valued, those are the companies I think that one would make significant difference if you are associated with. Otherwise, eventually, it will be only temporary for you to be associated with such brands or companies, and then it might as well lead to any kind of a frustration. So, what is important is define what you want and see if that aligns, and that's how it builds. And also, it is very important to accept that people build culture, right? So it's not the company itself who will come overnight and build the culture on its own. So it is all about the people. So it is important how you connect. And like Shiva sir also mentioned, that don't sit only with one person for the lunch same day. It's important how you gel with the other members, get to know each other, and that's how you will be able to identify people. You will be able to kind of differentiate what is meant for you. And all of this together contributes to the common objective of employee branding. And again, like I said, it's not like a one day effort. It is a long term thing and it goes on. And it's a continuous process which will not stop at just one element.
So adding the way our organization looks at culture is what behavior gets rewarded and not encouraged, both ways, right? So strategic partnership, it's not just a partnership. The word strategy, if you ask your professors, there are three words in B school we teach: strategy, tactical, operational, right? The word strategy itself means long term. The time horizon is long term. If you're actually looking for a friend only for an evening to watch a movie, that's not strategic friendship, right? Somebody whom you're looking for 10, 15 years to possibly build your career, build your whatever you want, is called strategic. So the word strategic partnership means it's a long time horizon, and culture is the one which will ensure the sustainability of that long term. If you don't have a culture which is rewarding, you might do one thing for a day or two or a month or a year, and then it becomes a fad and just walks off. Look at the Tata Group. How are they able to sustain a particular value system for more than 150 years or so? It's not easy. It's not easy because the way they hire, the way they look at people, the way they reward, the way they promote, you will not get a overnight 10x salary hike in Tatas, even if you're a great performer, right? But you will see some companies will give 10x hike and the next day they're fired, right? So there are certain values and underlying beliefs organization operate in, and that culture is what will fuel the sustenance of uh, whatever they're saying. One prime example is PayPal. PayPal is actually my dream company. I'm not trying to do a recruitment pitch here, but uh, Peter Thiel, just go and look at that. It's called the PayPal Mafia. The 6 founding members of PayPal. Go and read about it. Elon Musk, the one who founded YouTube, the one who founded Yammer. Everybody came from PayPal. That is culture. They are indicator of innovation. They see innovation in every single thing, right? So these are things. PayPal was started almost 2-3 decades back, right? But still people talk about the alumni of that company so proudly because that's the DNA, and that's precisely what we are trying to say over here.
More questions? Yep, please.
So strategic partnerships bring dependencies. For example, Vodafone and Idea had applied for a loan from Power Finance Corporation, and that was denied. They wanted the loan for so they wanted the loan for liquidity so that they could compete with the larger competitor, but their loan was denied. So what risks do dependencies due to strategic partnership bring on the table?
Yeah, well, you mentioned about Vodafone and Idea, there have been many mergers and acquisitions which have not worked because the values were not mapped, right? And Jet Airways and Kingfisher is a classic example. I'm sure you would have learned about that as a case study. So yes.
What exactly is the question?
Yeah, I was
There are
about-
there are dependencies in a strategic partnership. What is that exactly you would like us to address?
So risks,
You're referring to business partnerships, or you're referring to strategic partnerships for employer branding? What are you asking?
business partnerships.
Okay, even if it's business partner, what is that you would like us to address over here?
So what risks do they bring on the table, sir?
Yeah, so I think I kind of got it. So what I meant was strategic partnership has its own pros, right? But is trying to understand if there are cons for it as well, correct? Yes. So like we had the morning session, right? We did hear that collaboration again happens basis on the credibility and the trust, so that is equally important. So first of all, you definitely need to have like a shared values and goals. So in case if you just go and partner with someone who is not um, imbibing the value that you are looking at, that itself is the first elementary of failure, right? Because your goals are something else and the other person's goals are something else, and it doesn't match. So the values doesn't match. So for you, and why is it called partnership? Of course, you will go and partner only with someone whom you would love to collaborate, and only once you collaborate, it gives into meaningful outcome, correct? So the risk element is, of course, that when your values doesn't match and you feel that there is no enough credibility, that itself will not really take you long way. And I think every business or every employment or every role for that, for example, people are involved, no matter how good we are with technologies, and there is dependency with one team or the other. Like Kanu also mentioned, right, that do you think it is necessary and important for us, like a strategic alliance internally as well? I personally feel that it is important because, example, working with the talent intelligence team internally, I'm giving from the HR perspective that I think that data would have been very helpful for us to build and scale up something more. So in that data, there could be a finding wherein I feel that, okay, this is suitable and this is aligning with my strategy and my goals and my vision, and I would like to go ahead with that. If it is not, then it is not. And that's how I think we imbibe and we take it forward, if that kind of gives a clarity to you. And panel members can add further as well.
So I will take it from a very different perspective. Values, everything agreed. When it comes from the promoter level, I'll take my current organization's example. We are a pallet pooling organization, 80% today owned by a private equity giant called KKR. We were doing phenomenally well. We've grown since the time we incepted at a CAGR of a average of 33% till today, and it's a fast growing organization. Till last 1.5 year, we had about 7 investors. Uh, my promoters, see how the promoters think. Okay, so the promoter was looking at 7 different people to answer. So all of a sudden, one fine day, somebody was talking to him, and there came a thought of how do we grow this organization and make this a 1,000 crore organization. And they were doing a internal brainstorming, and they decided that they want to give an exit to all the 7 investors who are there. So how do you give an exit? One is the way of debt, the other is a way of equity. So we had already divested equity of about 33%. So the promoter then went to the market and started looking at prospects. And KKR came forward and said, I want to buy, but I will only buy majority. So the majority was decided at 51-49 first. He said, no, I don't want to. So that was our proposal. KKR said, no, we want to buy 80-20. Now, when you are a promoter, you will think about it that my control will go. And most promoters, if you work in, I've always worked very, very closely with promoters. So I can tell you that however big the promoter is, he will never want to leave control. For them, the organization is more important than their child. The promoter still decided for the larger good of palletization that I want to divest my 80% and still keep my 20%, but with terms that I will be there in the business for 2 years as the CEO of the business, and also help you to grow this brand. And I want to grow this brand. Today we are at a stage where we are acquiring the competition, which also has about 20-25 lakh pallets, and we are also acquiring another organization which is into racking. So this is some of the advantages. The risk that are carried are fundamentally losing control of what you have in hand, and nothing else is what I feel. One more example I will give you is about PVR and Inox. It's a very, very interesting thing how systems are exploited by organizations. At the same point of time, how strategic partnerships kills the other brand. And we got killed. I was with Carnival Cinemas, and we got killed because of that acquisition. So in COVID, so generally for the CCI to give a clearance, you need to be 1,000 crore, or there's some number which is there. In COVID, everybody's revenues fell down. PVR and Inox both sat together and decided that they will do it. They will merge all the screens, consolidate all the screens, which is 1,000 screens and about 400 odd screens, 1,400 odd screens together, and will kill all the competition that is there, because with that power, they will control the distributor. That killed the industry. That killed Carnival Cinemas. So these are some business sides of it. But as everybody said, values and all that, definitely they're important.
Uh, my take would be, in any business, there's no business without risk, right? So if you want to not get killed in a road accident, just sit at home, never drive a car, right? But that's not what a car is meant for. So we have a concept called criteria setting in anything we do. Clear criteria setting, which is, you do a pre-critique, post-critique, concurrent critique, and periodic critique, which means you have to set the criteria before you embark on the partnership. You have to review the criteria on a periodic basis. You can also review concurrently when you see something amiss, and then at the end of a particular time frame, you do a periodic review of what went good, what was difficult, and what could have been done differently. Most of the times, partnerships fail because of lack of criteria and lack of shared criteria. For example, if I'm from Chennai and you're from Vishakhapatnam, I say, hey, let's meet at the beach at 9 a.m. tomorrow. You'll be at the RK beach in Vishakhapatnam and I'll be in Marina Beach and I'll not see you there, right? So most of our conversations are very vague criteria. You have to tell which beach, what time, if possible, latitude, longitude, date, Gregorian calendar, blah, blah. The more clear you are on the terms, the less scope for somebody to wiggle away with something not so clear, right? And the other part is, what is a brand? Brand is nothing but a brand makes you a promise and it has to fulfill the promise. If the brand made a promise and did not fulfill that promise, the brand value goes down. If it exceeds, the brand value goes up. That's why in my first job, PricewaterhouseCoopers, we had one of the statements: under promise and over deliver. You always promise less than what you can internally reach, and you keep delighting the partner more and more, and then the strength of the partnership goes up. So risks can be mitigated through criteria and really thinking about all possible risks. However, still there are risks like COVID and all, which is the black swan event, right?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
We got a
This is very old case, but I may tell you that is not partnership. It's an buyer-seller agreement. First of all, second thing, why this happened, because of the 4G technology was coming in. Vodafone has one technology, networker and towers is with Idea. So it was the strategic decision by the Vodafone to buy that Idea company, to rebuild its brand in India, and give users the more users they need to subscribe in their system. So it was not the partnership, but yes, thank you for giving me this. I will again read this case. Researchers are sitting in front of me, so I will redo my work and I will come back to you on this.
See, there's a beautiful concept called as Code of Honor. You should read about it. It's written by Blair Singer. Just read about it once. It's called Code of Honor. So a lot of organizations, when they do strategic tie-ups, I've done some work with PE. So a lot of when you do acquisitions, there's a lot of Code of Honor also, which is some people mention like trust being the bedrock of all of that. So it starts there, and then the contracts and everything come in place. Read about it.
Okay, I think this is time up. I've got a little trigger, but as an ending note, um, considering the topic, the employer branding, with strategic partnership, why partnership matters for long term. If we can just have a very quick note out there, and that'd be amazing to know.
McKinsey has a very good article on customer journey. Okay, if you're actually selling to a customer, right from the time the customer possibly got to know your brand name through an ad or know-how, right from the time till the person comes to the shop and picks up your product, there are a lot of touch points the brand has with the customer, right? And you have to delight the customer all throughout. It's like marriage, right? You have to perform every day. You cannot tell I was a great husband till yesterday, right? So a brand has to be fulfilling that promise at every touch point, and that becomes the primary marker of success. So similarly, when it comes to employer branding, an organization needs to look at, okay, who are my candidates, what are they actually looking for, when do they actually apply for a job while they seek to my company, what are they looking for while coming to my company, are they just coming for a 25% hike, or are they looking for a long term journey with me. These are things which we need to decipher and chart out that entire candidate journey experience and delight the candidate in every possible way. It includes people who are in HR. Sometimes I've seen recruiters, they'll call the candidate and the hiring manager will not shortlist that CV. They won't even have the courtesy to call back and say that we will get back to you, which is a typical HR answer. They will not even say we will get back to you. Okay. Then the candidate will go and badmouth that company to 100 other people that they're least bothered about your your personal experience. So we need to track, as organizations, we need to track the candidate experience, the internal employee experience, and then come for outreach programs like tying up with universities and other talent sources, and continue to under promise and over deliver, or at least promise and deliver.
But with this LinkedIn, I have another examples also. One candidate, not two candidate, and from the CXO level to the engineer level, I'm telling you. Now, candidate has been rejected 5 times, informed over a mail, informed over a WhatsApp, informed over Instagram, still he's writing to my chairman. And my chairman is asking me after every second day, what happened to this candidate? I said, rejected 5 times. Right.
Correct. When you come to HR, you know there are two sides of the story. And that's why you need to look at the bada such.
Yeah, I mean, very quickly, I think the girls are waiting out there.
So the question was, why is employer branding important? So for me, once upon a time, it was a want. Today, it is a need, and it is important and it is needed for sustainability of the organization, because the kind of talent crunch that we are facing, and the kind of attrition that we are facing. The India-wide attrition today stands at 20%, which is huge. My attrition stands at 44%. So that's the situation that we are in. So it is a need for sustainability of the organization.
Thank you so much, Amay. Priyanka.
Yeah, I think pretty much everything is covered up here. But one thing that recruiters or HR partners, I'm sure, are looking and very curious about is, I think candidates have to be very honest. Even if you are looking for like a great package, 25% hike, or even if it's 30% hike, just be have that clarity in mind and just be come up with that creative answer. It's not that when we ask you something, why you're looking for a job or something, there are some extra creative answers that comes up which sometimes doesn't make sense. So I think you have to be very genuine and very authentic in the interviews and the roles that you actually work with. I think you have to do justice with it, right? So that's when I think it will come as a successful partnership with yourself as well, and it will take a long way. So yeah.
Thanks so much, Priyanka. Very valuable input. Nitin.
Professional life starts after 40. अभी हंस लो, ठीक है, जिसने हंसना है, और जब 40 के हो जाओगे उसके बाद मिलेंगे. अभी तो क्या बंदरों की तरह एक जगह दूसरी जगह छलांग मारते मारते पहुंच जाओगे. But take me seriously, sensibly, right? Professional life seriously starts after 40. Create your own brand, that you are bigger than your company brand. People should love to work with you, right? Should love to associate with you. And as Shiva said, everybody said that you need to have an understanding of business. मेरे को कोई चैलेंज करता था ना टेक्सटाइल इंडस्ट्री में, सर सलाई मार के दिखाओ तो जाने, तो मैं सलाई मारने लगता था. जिसने अगर कभी स्पिनिंग मिल्स में काम किया, राइट? मैंने अपना वर्कशॉप खुद पेंट किया हुआ है. अगर आज भी मुझे कोई बोलेगा ना कि आप एज अ सीएचओ सीवरेज क्लीन करा सकते हो, तो मैं करा सकता हूं. Designations in corporate world has no meaning.
Totally agree.
And it has no meaning. Trust me. Until unless you are not making your contributions, and your contributions are resulting to the impact, you are nowhere. So create your own brand, right? And leave your brand on that particular time also to recreate your rebranding. So that is my stuff. I think that is what I love.
Just adding a light humor to the end, Harvard Business Review calls his official definition of an interview is a conversation between two liars. The employer is also lying about the role, and the employees candidates also like. So why am I telling that? So she was telling about being authentic, right? You do not try to fool around with somebody whom you want to live with for a long time, right? So don't just bluff in an interview, because remember, more or less that relationship will break very sooner or later.
And
So be
in
honest.
fact,
Trust others and be trustworthy also.
and I think go back today, define your purpose, your values, and then get on with your search. On that note, thank you so much all for having us. I know the girls are really waiting. It was lovely to have you as our audience. You're still open, eyes wide open. So I hope we have done a good job there. So thanks so much, team.
Thank you very much for moderating.
Thank you, esteemed panelists. We would like to extend our sincere gratitude for your valuable participation in the HR panel at Marmagya 9.0. Your words certainly added great value to the event. We are confident that the knowledge you shared will inspire and empower our attendees as they continue their professional journeys. We would also like to thank Ms. Kanupriya Taneja for her contribution as the moderator. Now, I would like to request the guests to come forward for a group photograph.
File for us or it's to be fixed?
I request the students to be seated back. Over to SAC. 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 Over to SAC.
esteemed faculty members, and my fellow participants. On behalf of Indian Institute of Management Sambalpur, I, Isha Joshi,
and I, Kangana Roshan,
would like to extend our warm welcome to all the guests of Marmagya 9.0, the annual flagship business conclave of IIM Sambalpur. I now request our esteemed guests to kindly join us on the stage. Mr. Sandeep Tandale, Mr. G. Ajay Korimilli, Mr. Gaurav Dadich, Mr. Krishna Bala Gurunathan, Mr. Nilesh Biniwale.
we hope you are all having an amazing day filled with insightful discussions and thought provoking ideas. After the enriching and dynamic HR panel, we are eager to keep this energy alive. Up next, we bring to you the Technocrats panel, where some of the brightest minds in the tech industry will share their experiences, challenges, and perspectives on the latest innovations shaping the future.
The sub theme for today's discussion is technofusion, human machine collaboration. As we navigate the future of innovation, the fusion of human ingenuity and machine intelligence is revolutionizing industries, enhancing productivity, and redefining how we work. This collaboration between humans and machines is pivotal in shaping a smarter, more efficient future.
Now, we request our respected faculty, Professor Soumya Ranjan Sahu, to kindly come on the stage to felicitate our esteemed panel. Starting on, we have Mr. Sandeep Tandle, Lead Product Manager, ADP. Mr. G. Ajay Korimalli, AI Hub COE Leader, Cargill. Mr. Gaurav Dadich, Director of Product, Razorpay. Mr. Krishna Balagurunathan, Chief Mentor and Campus Head, Hexaware. Mr. Nilesh Biniwale, Managing Director, Patent Technology. Thank you for the felicitation, Professor Sahu.
Now, it's my honor to introduce our esteemed panelists. Our first panelist is Mr. Sandeep Tandle, Lead Product Manager, ADP. Mr. Sandeep Tandle is a product enthusiast with over 15 years of experience in startups and Fortune 500 companies. He specializes in building and managing enterprise products in HCM and life sciences. He excels in defining product strategies, driving roadmaps, and improving user adoption through product discovery and market research.
Our second panelist is Mr. G. Ajay Korimalli, AI Hub COE Leader, Cargill. Mr. Korimalli leads the Artificial Intelligence Hub and Center of Excellence at Cargill, driving AI strategy, innovation, and global collaboration. With over 9 years at Cargill, he has developed AI solutions in regions like EMEA and Asian Pacific region and established an internal AI innovation lab focused on emerging technologies such as AI, ML, AR, VR, and IoT.
Our next panelist is Mr. Gaurav Dadich, Director of Product, Razorpay. With over 11 years of experience in product management, Mr. Gaurav has demonstrated exceptional leadership in creating top-notch products and strategies across leading companies such as Flipkart and Amazon, where he was responsible for building large-scale solutions that impacted millions of users. His expertise lies in e-commerce, payments, and fintech innovations, making him a pivotal figure in the industry.
Our next panelist is Mr. Krishna Bal Gurunathan, Chief Mentor and AVP Hexaware. He leads the Early Careers program at Hexaware, where he also serves as the Chief Mentor for the Mavericks Campus Graduate Program. With nearly two decades of experience in IT, he is known for mentoring over 5,000 budding talents, helping them grow into exemplary corporate citizens.
Finally, to steer this fascinating discussion, we have with us an exceptional moderator, Mr. Nilesh Beniwale. With over 2 decades of leadership in engineering and operations, Mr. Nilesh Beniwale currently serves as the Managing Director of Patent Technology. Since 2021, he has built a strong talent center, scaling the team from 20 to 400 across the US, Australia, and Europe, building innovative software engineering and AI teams. He has partnered with top universities like IITs and IIMs to establish a strong talent acquisition pipeline while maintaining high employee satisfaction and low attrition rates. We now request Mr. Nilesh Beniwale to take over as the moderator.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. Still that energy? Love it. Oh, after the lunch and the last session to go on, this energy is good enough. But we certainly would be more happy with much better energy. Sounds good? Perfect. Thank you so much. Great. So today we are going to talk about technocrats, and we already had the introductions. But then what we are going to do right now is we are going to have more humanized introductions of ourselves. For example, if I have to talk what I did in last 1 year or 2 years is great. Of course, my boss doesn't think that way, but I certainly likes to talk about my first 10 years of my career where I was an entrepreneur. And I was a failed entrepreneur, and I really love to talk about it. So 10 years of entrepreneurship, then worked in a corporate world like Microsoft's Converge, and now working for Pattern. And what I would do is I'll request everyone from the panel to introduce themselves. And let's start with Krishna.
Good evening, IIM Sambalpur. Thank you. So let's address the white elephant in the room. They introduced me as Chief Mentor, Head of Campus Hiring from Exaware. What am I doing in the Technocrats panel? Correct? So that's the right example or the brilliant example what this topic is all about, human machine collaboration. So I've been with Exaware for 19 years. That's not the great thing, right? I've been with Exaware for 19 years, but I joined there as a campus graduate like you, right? So I finished my engineering. I finished my post graduation again in computer science and engineering. Exaware was the first interview I took. It's more like love at first sight for me at Exaware. So 19 plus years and still continuing. Uh, I've done all the roles with respect to software engineering. I'll put it that way, right? So, being an engineer, being a lead, project manager, program manager, account manager, done practice solutions. Been at abroad for more than a decade for sales, all that. But the last 3 years is very special to me. I've got this chief mentor role from the CEO of the company. They said, and I want you to lead this program, being a chief mentor. So, what I was doing all those 15, 16 years with technology is solving a business challenge for a customer, bringing more revenue to my company. But in the last 2 years, every meeting I attend, every event I attend, I'm actually changing lives for people, right? It's having a real impact with people's life. So that's where this role is very important, and that's my introduction. Thank you, Nilesh.
Thank you, Krishna. It's very difficult to really be into technical line and then move to human side of it. Thank you so much. So when we would be talking out here, we have to talk about technology and human. So I think he's going to be representing human. So thank you so much, Krishna. Sandeep, they say data is new oil. And I would like you to introduce yourself and speak something about data as well.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Before I get to the details, Nilesh, I really love the vibe, the energy levels, the enthusiasm levels. I think big round of applause to all the people in the auditorium here who made this event happen. All right. As introduced, I'm Sandeep Tandli and heading the data solutions product management team in ADP. When I say ADP, ADP is a leading HCM payroll provider. I think most of you know about ADP. It's a Fortune 500 company with more than 10 million client base, 10 million clients, and you have more than 40 million employee base. And you can imagine the kind of data that we have. So as a product manager for data solutions, my job is how do we monetize the data? What kind of innovative solutions that we can come up with to give data insights to our HR practitioners. So we have Priyanka here, we had Tanu here. So what kind of insights, analytical insights that we can provide with the huge commute of data that we have in our systems today. So I can talk about a few solutions where we have the human as well as technology involved. So when HR practitioners are looking for insights about who are the candidates who are typical to leave the organization. We don't expect the HRs to get into the data, play around with the data and get the insights right. We have Gen AI, we have the AI platforms which can get this data, do this complex part of it, provide the insights, give the list of employees, and that's where the human comes in. Humans need to put their strategic hats and try to take up the next steps. So how do we stop these employees from leaving the organization? So that's what we do, the kind of insights that we work upon. And we have the Gen AI element, we have the AI element, and we are working towards bringing in more technology advancements in our products going forward.
Scary, Sandeep. You read the data and you can give insights about me if I work for you. That's a bit scary. But thank you for doing that. I meant to say,
Sorry, not just about you if you work. If my employer uses ADP for our payroll, then he can read about us also.
you can't threaten
Like
people on the.
technically speaking, he knows what you know. Yes.
Yeah. Oh my God.
In a nicer word.
I have been nice with you since morning, right?
Nilesh and Gaurav, I must admit that at least on the public platform, whatever data insights that we are providing, it's more of anonymous data. And when we get this agreement from the client that, okay, we signed the agreement, we promise you that it's anonymous data. We're just providing the insights of your data. For example, if HR practitioner want to understand how much is the salary for software engineer position across the location. We provide the anonymous data. What could be the salary components for a software engineer? Let's say in California and Texas. So we don't provide the names and
So let's stay what you do it on public platforms. Okay, fair. Thank you so much, Sandeep. In fact, with that, Gaurav, why don't you talk about your experience and what you do?
Sure. No, I think some bit of it got covered in the intro that the team gave, but uh, I work for Razorpay. A lot of you might have heard of it, might not fully understand what it does, but essentially we're a payment gateway company. So when someone decides to move money from a consumer to a business, then we play a role in doing the entire plumbing that goes with respect to taking the money from a bank account A and moving it to bank account B. That's essentially what a payment gateway or a payment aggregator does. And I lead the core payment gateway product, a bunch of risk reduction products. Um, we also do, given e-retail is India's biggest reason for why consumers pay businesses. So very detailed e-retail centric products as well. And of course, I mean, a whole bunch of how do you enhance the developer who's going to integrate this payment gateway into their website or their app or the platform. Uh, so for example, if EDP wants to do an integration, some developer needs to read the documentation and do that integration. So, how can we improve that journey? So those are some of the products that I lead. And last few years, I've just been working on the intersection of e-retail and payments. So yeah, that's been my journey.
Thank you, Gaurav. In fact, we will get into more details about how you really work on the technology part of it, and we'll talk about it. Coming to you, Ajay. Nowadays, when we talk technology, people hear AI or
Yeah.
ML or NLP. So I think you have got something that you are a COE for AI Hub. We would like to know more about you.
Thanks a lot, Nilesh. Thanks everyone for the warm welcome for this panel. Really impressed with the beautiful campus. I mean, I have not seen such a great campus. I mean, you are probably the most luckiest who are having such a great time here. Um, a quick question: how many of you know about Kargil? Can you do a quick raise of hand? Not the Kashmir Kargil, but so Kargil is the
Not
world's
after
largest.
Ajay's profile is published on your platform. Before that, how many of you know Kargil?
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, not me. Okay, let me do my paymaster's introduction. Uh, so Cargill is the world's largest ag and food company. It's also the world's largest private company. It's a Fortune 20 company. We've been in business for about 165 years now. I joined Cargill about 10 years back. We've transitioned a lot of our capabilities from the US to India. So we set up our global capability center out of India. And you would be noticing this GCC word quite a bit. And, Nilesh can probably, he's a master in that. He'll probably explain more of it. uh, so I've set up few capabilities, starting with emerging technology prototyping and moved on to product development. And then I've also been a CTO for a bunch of internal startups funded by Cargill. We've pivoted out of most of them. And since about a year, I'm heading AI globally for Cargill. We focus on platforms, responsible AI, and education. I can go a little deeper into what aspects of AI that we are currently trying to scale at Cargill as we go on into the session. And I'm extremely passionate about AI, and I can talk to you endlessly about AI. And I was asking when I think Nitin and some of your other coordinators who are helping with this event to see if they want to uh, learn more about AI, and we can have a separate session as well. So look forward for more interactions throughout the stay here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ajay. So basically, as we go further into this, yesterday I was talking with few of you, and one of the things that you asked me that I should be asking all of you. So if none of you don't like this question, it's not me. It's somebody there. Anyway, no, I'm going to take that responsibility of that question. It's a very important question. Basically, the question was that there is always an evolving technology which keeps on coming. And every time you master a technology and you start working onto it, you spend some days out there, or some months out there, or some years out there, that technology fades away. I started my programming on Fortran and COBOL, C, C++, and well, it's still Python right now. How do you deal with this upcoming technology from human standpoint, from career standpoint, and from monetizing standpoint? In fact, I'm happy about this question because the minute I started this question, Sandeep picked up a mic, Krishna picked up a mic. So I would like all of you to answer this, but let's start with Sandeep about this.
Thanks, Nilesh. Okay, when you talk about evolution, right, Nilesh, let's go historically how the technology has evolved. So a few decades back, we focused more on the automation part, basically the mundane task or the repetitive task. We were doing the digital transformation and leaving the smaller parts to the human. But as we evolved 10 years back, 15 years back, we had this intelligent robots coming in, assistive robots, what we call as, where they understand our language very well, like the worlds of Siris and Alexas. But now, in the latest world, we have Gen AI, where you call it as collaborative robots. So cobots, what we call, where it basically works in tandem with you. Whatever high level task, complex tasks are there, it gives you the interpretation part of it, and it leaves to the human to decide what next to be done. So from the technology perspective, Nilesh, what I feel is, being the management trainees out here, technology is important, get into the details of the technology, but put your strategic head, put your decision making skills in understanding what kind of outcomes that you're getting out of these solutions, right? What are the next steps that we can take in terms of decision making? So the creative head is very, very important when you look at these insights and coming up with a solution for that.
Thank you. Krishna, you would like to take the next one? Just because you picked up the mic.
Thank you for understanding the code language. Okay.
So,
So,
at all.
like Xaware, for people who are hearing it for the very first time, we are 32,000 employee workforce across globe. And as I rightly mentioned, so we hire close to 2,000, 2,500 campus graduate every year. So it gets very tricky what technology I'm going to put them in, correct? So broadly, I can classify the way we work for our customers into three different buckets, right? So one is more of a digital and software. So where we create projects from scratch, right? More of a greenfield projects, greenfield innovations for our customer, right? So most of your full stack development, everything gets into that particular portfolio. The second one is they had been there, done that in the past, but the technology is kind of outdated now, right? So they have more of an on-prem, there are performance issues, all that. They want to move into a more of a cloud-based solution, right? So we transform their business from, let's say, on-prem to cloud, since I use that as an example. So that's our second portfolio of business, correct? The third one is either through build, which is your digital and software, or through cloud or transform. You've already reached there. It's all about maintaining it. It's all about taking care of your BAU, right? So that's where most of your DevOps, SecOps, maintenance, activities, testing, all that will come into play. So that's my third portfolio. So how do I hire people? Correct. The moment I say I'm going to put most of you, let's say, in our run platform, people are not interested, right? Everybody wants to get into, let's say, Gen AI, right? I can max put 50 as part of a Gen AI COE, correct? So how am I going to do that? So my answer is very simple, correct? We look for graduates, or we train graduates on something called attitude. It's more, you can even say more of a IT attitude, if you put it that way, where they have this consciousness about learning something always, right? Or rather, unlearning something which they've already learned, unlearning or relearning something new. So, as Nilesh rightly mentioned, right, he would have got into IT in those days for writing a COBOL program, right? When I joined, mainframe was one of the most hot technologies, right? We don't have anybody, maybe 2% working on those legacy technologies right now. So the only constant thing in IT is those changes happening with respect to technology, right? It's glad you are sticking on to something which is the latest, be it Gen AI, be it AR, VR, right? But that doesn't alone be your day-to-day task for the next 40 years, right? So be willing to get yourself updated, get your hands dirty with whatever the latest coming in your way. So that's my submission.
Cool. Thanks, Krishna. Gaurav, you want to take the? Yeah, you have the mic. So
Thanks. I did my best to. Okay. Slightly going to switch gears in this one, right? So about 15 years back, when I just joined undergrad engineering college, I became part of IEEE. IEEE used to run this global contest called Connectors History Contest. It's essentially IEEE Computer Science Society runs a global contest every year, asking people to go and read about computer history and build a website on it. Now I think maybe they are asking you to build a Wikipedia page on it or whatever, right? So I embarked on the journey because I was just curious. lot changes in this world every day. Why does tech change significantly differently? And my area that I picked up at that point of time was, uh, how does AR change? VR really wasn't a big thing. I think Second Life is the oldest VR that we all are aware of. Second Life is a computer simulation game. What Metaverse pretty much wanted to be the entire company about 1.5 decades later. So while reading about all of that, one thing that I understood is uh, tech change. Everything around us is changing. Mic that I'm holding is changing because 10 years back there used to be a very analog mic device, and now it's a digital first mic device, right? Which means it has more capabilities in the mic here than in the processing unit that is back there. But software technology is changing faster. So when I started reading more about it and why AR failed in the first attempt, by the way, AI is also not a new concept. AI is, so I was talking about AR earlier. AI is Watson. Even before that, I think at least 4.5 decades back when DARPA, the American Defense Research Organization, they used to invest a lot on upcoming new computer technologies, right? So when they invested on it right after they invented they invented the internet, not the World Wide Web. They kept on, working on passing something that we all know as the Turing test. Right? But back then, it was not possible for computer machines to pass the Turing test. Turing test is a very simple test, trying to identify if someone is a human or not. Okay, filter out robots essentially. Now, from then, from 4.5 decades back to now, what has changed? Why is artificial generative intelligence in all your phones today? Why are you able to make a Google search and get a customized answer for yourself? So the father of all of this are two gentlemen, Moore and Nice, who founded Intel. So there is this thing called the Moore's law uh, that defines the rate of change of how quickly computation becomes cheaper and smaller. It becomes smaller, hence it becomes cheaper. So in the same amount of space, you can fit in more transistors and you can make essentially computing cheaper, right? Because you can make computing cheaper, you can afford to not make a decision on what data I want to store. I can store any data. Obviously, computing is not just storage, it is also processing. So what I used to earlier process in the processor, and I'm getting a little technical here, but be with me. It's all a black box right now, okay? So if I bring some data from a storage unit into the processor for 2 seconds and process it, this is still very expensive. So there was a limit to doing that. Then we made processing so cheap that we could do all storage in memory. So we are no more storing on separate devices and computing it elsewhere. We are all storing it in the place where we want to compute. And this will keep getting cheaper. Okay. So everything that you see around you today is because Moore's law. It's because transistors can be fixed in a smaller and smaller space continuously by 10 companies in the entire world. That's another topic in itself. But that's why we are able to see rapid computer technology advance. Now, because that is happening, you got to adapt to it. And I'll now switch gears after the context into a more business centric view, right? Uh, it's happening, which means you'll have to adapt. Some changes will be more uh, earth shattering than others. For example, 12 years, 13 years back, there was this whole buzzword called SMAC, social mobile, uh, yeah, something, and you know, yeah, just four buzzwords at that point of time, right? This is like 2012, 14-ish. And that was a rapid shift. And that's when digital transformation of organizations became the biggest thing. And consulting companies across the world made a buck on it. Why? Because computers came in 3 decades before that. Digital transformation meant you're not just replacing an operational method with computer, you are rethinking your organization computing first. Now the shift that is happening is AI. We've had AI for the last 5, 7 years in very active mode, and we've all been using it in different shapes. Now it needs you to redo your organization AI first, which is where people like Ajay are like really transforming. You would ask the question, why is a food tech company investing so much on AI? This is the reason, right? So this will always happen. What you got to do is keep an eye on what changes are happening and which one of them are going to be more earth-shattering than the others, and then prepare your organizations for it. And that's your primary role, in the technology human intervention, so to say. Sorry for the very long response.
Just to add on to one point Gaurav mentioned, right? I can give the example of my own organization, which is 75 years old. It's established in 1949, where we had the paper formats, right? So ours is the oldest technology. Even today, we spend a lot of money on the service and implementation cost. And we are venturing into the Gen AI world, trying to solve this problem of reducing the implementation cost and having the seamless onboarding for our clients. Not only on this product side, even on the service side, we're trying to use the Gen AI so that the onboarding is seamless for our clients.
Thank you, Sandeep. Thanks, Gaurav. So in fact, Ajay, I would just like to mention one word here, that if there was something called as word cloud, that how many times one word was repeated again and again, I think AI will beat everything up for this conversation. So Ajay, you are an AI hub COE. Shoot.
Thanks a lot for the context there, Nilesh. I'll try to summarize, all my, fellow panelists' comments in a little more theoretically, right? So I think Sandeep, when he started, he gave the historical context, and humans are a product of millions of years of evolution. We all know that. Societies formed, civilizations formed, new technologies. We started with agriculture. We used to be hunter-gatherers, right? We used to be nomads, but then civilizations formed, agriculture systems formed, educational systems formed, new ways of transports have formed. So lots of new technologies have come in, and within the knowledge sphere we had written language, I mean spoken language, and the written language, and then the printing press. All of these were innovations. And closer to what we've had right now is, in the past few years, which Gaurav talked about, the computing revolution, where the cost of calculation, the marginal cost has come to zero in compute. uh, and with internet and cloud, the marginal cost has come to zero for shipping. You can ship your services all across the world at zero cost in knowledge services, right? Now with AI, the cost of creation has become zero, or tending to become zero. Now when you look at all these patterns, one uh, overall arching pattern is called an S curve. I'm sure some of you heard about it, right? All technologies follow something called an S curve. It will start very slowly. There will be a lot of experimentation. There'll be quite a bit of adoption, and then there'll be a sudden massive adoption, and it'll reach the masses, and it'll scale pretty fast, right? You'll have um, polynomial growth pretty fast, and then it'll plateau, and another technology will pick it up. So you will start seeing, when you overlap all these technologies, right? Lots, when Nilesh talked about the different sets of programming languages, you will all nicely see all these patterns, like, one S over another S coming, So as someone who is in, still kind of trying to get into a formal career, some of you I know had a lot of years of experience, and then trying to come back to a university and study, and then go back to whichever professions, or be an entrepreneur yourselves. One thing you need to remember is, like what Gaurav also mentioned, right? You need to hedge to see what are all the different S curves that are out there, right? All the different technologies, not just one technology, right? Even within AI, there are different substreams. Within generative AI, if you listen to Yakun, who is probably the leader for computer vision, he talks about, don't spend your time on large language models anymore. That's not the way to path to AGI, like artificial general intelligence, right? And if you talk to someone like Sam Altman, who's the OpenAI CEO, he will talk about, hey, there are 4 or 5 forms of AI, and we are already at the level 3 of AI. We are at agentic, and right now, the next level is, we are going to achieve. So different views are out there, and you have to be abreast with all those different views and see what are all the different S curves that are out there that you need to kind of try to chase. And if I see in my own career, right, I've been trying to transition from one S curve to another S curve very successfully. In my organization, I've kind of shown the art of the possible by moving into multiple S curves. you need to start building. So two things are required when you chase S curves. One, you need to be able to develop passion, right? You need to have curiosity for the next new thing. And you can only develop passion if you actually try it out and experiment and have that interest to it. That's one. The other is, when we say curiosity, it's not just curious, it's about learning to learn. It's not about learning, ability to learn new things. Learning to learn is a different skill in itself. So these two are very important as you kind of look forward into the future. If you want to be like always current and up to date, and don't and you yourself have to be ready to disrupt. You probably at a peak of your career doing one thing, but then if the technology is already at a plateau, you rather move on to another technology and start uh, kind of skilling up there, and go, I would say, ride the wave, right? So those are like few pointers that may be useful for you in this regard.
Well, thank you so much, Ajay. In fact, this is what something I was going to talk about the S curve as we go further. So thanks for bringing that topic. And in fact, just to add to it, it's very important that you really understand this technology and how do you really choose the technology, because we have got a lot of options. And in fact, I'll tell you something about myself, that how I messed it up in my previous decision makings. Uh, I was working for Microsoft, and Steve Ballmer was the one who was heading it. While I was doing that, they had offered me a lot of shares. I was happy for that. But suddenly they started coming up with some weird concept called as cloud, Azure. And I thought this is something weird. I went to say, what the hell? You're going away from Windows, you're going away from Office, and you're building something like cloud. I don't think so this is going to work. I sold my shares at $35, and now it is 900 plus. Yes, I need that. So I paid because I was not getting into this S curve or trying to understand the next technology. The only console that I had was Google had reached out to Bill Gates to get investment, and even Bill Gates thought this was not the technology which was going to make it big. So I was connecting with Bill Gates about it anyway. So, so basically, I wanted to ask the remaining three, as he talked about how to really choose the right decision on the right technology and how to be successful in identifying that. What are your, recipes to select the right technology and be onto that bandwagon and make those right decisions? Again, he picked up the mic first. Okay.
So, like for example, right, I talked about three different businesses, right? So let's talk about run, right? So which requires, with all due respect to the other two buckets, which requires the least coding skills. I'll put it that way. Correct. So I usually get this, from the engineers working for us, from the project managers working for us, put us into something latest and greatest. So even there, right? So we call them as SDET, right? Software developer, engineer, testers, right? So even there, so traditionally, people look at BAs, write test cases, Excel test cases, all that, right? So the moment you adapt to all these new technologies, as we were speaking, we get into a 4A model, for example, correct? Number one is how you automate. So that should be your number one. Then how you augment, correct? How you amplify it. Then the fourth is how you bring in autonomous into this. Let's maybe use an example, right? So most of our previous generation used to drive an Ambassador or a Maruti Alto, right? It's a manual gear one. So we try to automate it, correct? We try to automate with the automate gear. So that's more of how you're augmenting it. So then you wanted to still use it, but even the previous panel discussion, they were talking about having Teslas will still have a piece of mechanical engineering into it, a piece of electrical engineering into it, all that, right? So from augmenting it, how you can amplify it, how I can reach there even more faster with having EVs around. The last one is all about having the real Teslas in place. So this requires a lot of envisioning, right? This requires a lot of enabling, right? This requires a lot of empowerment, right? I'll put that way. So those 4As are the real 4As which you have to look in, and when you're looking for those technologies, is there a room for me to get into autonomous at some point in stage? So that's my submission.
Thanks, Krishna. Gaurav, do you want to really talk about how you decide on what technology to jump on? And are there any anecdotes where you actually misread it or successfully read it?
Sure. No, I think very important to talk about what kind of technology at every step of the way, right? So uh, we all use technology in different forms. We are going to largely index on software technology in this discussion today, given a lot of us come from that background. But even within that, you could be playing different hats, right? So as a product manager, you could be choosing a particular tech stack. Most likely, you should not. You should allow your engineering counterpart to do so. But let's say there is a situation where you need to. From that to you are evaluating a new partner to sort of collaborate with, find synergies and make sure that the sum of whole is much larger. Or you could be a technology buyer. You could be, in any business role where you need to, procure software or hardware for that matter, right? Three different roles. We'll restrict it to these three roles for the moment, right? For the first one, the essential hat is obviously rely on the expert. In fact, across all three, rely on the expert. But in the first one, more importantly, rely on the expert because you have an expert close. You have someone in house who has the expertise of evaluating technology better than you do, right? And while we all like to think ourselves as very smart, intelligent people, we always like to push ourselves further and do more than we are capable of today. True human spirit, right? We should do that in collaboration with our engineering counterpart. So that is like one strong recommendation. However, there could be times where you have to, as a product person, evaluate technology, let's say a tech stack or a particular API creation mode, or it could be a particular integration mode, or if you are in a technical enough you know product role, you might even have to define what technology gets made. Like one of my roles in one of my past organizations, we were trying to build a large scale uh, so we were building Amazon's invoice recon engine. And I mean, several $100 billion worth of money passes through it every year. You got to recon that. And a 20% error rate there means you don't have a business tomorrow. Okay, so when you're making something like this, you get into the details of what is going to be the tech stack, the high level design, the low level design, everything, even if you are a product person. Okay, from that to versus in my current role, I know my engineering counterpart is going to be able to handle it if as long as I make the business construct pretty clear to them. And that's one end. The second end is, of course, if you are trying to influence the purchase, right? So let's say you are in some business role. Uh, let's take HR tech, right? So you are, let's say you are an HR leader at an organization and you are trying to buy the right payroll software for yourself. How will you go about evaluating it? So you have to work backwards from your business objectives, right? So the role of evaluating technology or technology solutions is always backwards from your business objectives. It can't be anything else. So you have to choose what are the key parameters. Even in the other cases, it is still the business objectives. But you got to write down, I need a software that is able to manage payroll for how many employees? So let's say 100,000 employees. In how many geographies? So let's say 10 geographies. Do I need compliance as part of it, or do I need to build compliance myself? Do I need a do it for me software? Do I need to do it yourself software? Am I willing to pay an operational cost every year, or do I want a one time cost? Am I going to have, am I okay to have a certain error rate or not? Do I need to, you know, is this data so secure? Let's say I'm NASA, for example. Then I need my employee data and the entire payroll data to be super secure. So do I go for an on-premise solution or do I go for a cloud-hosted solution? Just I'm just scratching the surface right now. There are like 100,000 questions that you can think of, right? So you need to have that framework, which means core business question. None of this was a technology question. All of these were business questions, right? You have to formulate those business questions and work with experts and sort of triangulate your consideration set and then go into the purchase journey, right? So that's how I would evaluate technology. I haven't, been unfortunate enough to not, make such mistakes glaringly. I've made one mistake in my life. Like I was about a decade back, I did a tech startup, and I decided, in the true spirit of entrepreneurship, decided to write code myself uh, because I was a programmer earlier. I would never want to do that again. So that's one tech mistake that I've made.
Yeah, I can identify with that. Thanks, Karo. Yeah, Sandeep, do you want to really talk about how you look towards the horizon and make the right choice of what technology you want to build your career on.
Sure, Nilesh. But before that, with your permission, a quick question to the audience here. All right. How many of you use ChatGPT to come up with your presentations?
Oh boy.
More earth shattering than not.
How many of you use ChatGPT for your interview question preparations? Here's the answer. The consumers of ChatGPT, consumers of Gen AI here, where on a day-to-day world, you're with advance of technology, we're acclimatizing ourselves how to use this technology. So on my front, I'm more of a business guy, Nilesh, from the product perspective. I did not get to the extent of technology that Gaurav has used. But for me, of course, I understand the technology, I get into the details of the technology from my product perspective. But for me, as I mentioned earlier, uh, if I was in a technology school, my answer would have been different. I would have followed, I would have echoed what Krishna has mentioned. But sitting in a business school, if I had to advance in technology, I mean, I'll get the basics of technology first, but from the product perspective, I'll understand how we can use this particular decisions for the next steps that I can take, whether in the strategical hat or creative thinking hat that I put on. So your problem solving skills is important using the technology that you have put in there and what kind of next steps that you can take in from there.
Thank you, Sandeep. You want to add something?
Yeah, I just want to add, a couple of theoretical frameworks to what Gaurav and Sandeep have mentioned. I like theory. Everything practical, I try to convert it to theory. So one framework is, when you're testing business model hypothesis, when you're taking decisions for technology, like what Gaurav mentioned, you first need to validate your business model itself. So typically, you start with your consumer research by survey and all of that, but then you try to do something called prototype. Anyone heard about a prototype? Prototype is okay. It's not a prototype. Prototype is still like a functioning software of at least one feature, horizontal feature or a vertical feature. But a prototype is you don't have a software behind it. It's a fake door. For example, let's say you want to launch an AI product. You actually have a nice website somewhere which says there's the product is already out there, and you try to take sign up for the product itself. How Elon Musk has got request for his, let's say, Cybertruck. Anyone who wants to book a Cybertruck needs to pay $50. So it's going to pinch them enough, but it validates the idea that the product is out there. So they'll just show the nice layout that the product exists. And then you actually, on the behind, you can actually do a concierge service. In the sense that, let's say you do an AI product for, let's say, skin conditions, like a dermatologist, right? And you won't know once you upload your picture whether it's being inferenced by a AI model or by a human. But for all good reasons, you can say it is being influenced by an AI model, and then you can start your business. And then a back end, probably you'll have a bunch of dermatologists who will probably scanning through the images and giving the expert diagnosis, and then send it back to the user. So that's the called prototype. So if you see a lot of users coming to your prototype to start with, that's a good way to validate that, okay, you need to move forward for that with that product. And then you go and build the prototype. And when you go and build the prototype, what technology to focus again depends on a set of attributes called abilities. So if you go to the ISO manual, there is something called technical architecture qualities, like affordability, availability, scalability, maintainability, repairability. So there are lots of these things that you'll have to see when you look at the technical stack when you're making those decisions on your tech stack. With that, I probably pass over.
I just want to add one thing. I think one interesting aspect as a business person interacting with tech, either as a product person or as a general, any business, right? Uh, and given cost of building technologies, going lower and lower as what Ajay mentioned, you would always have this very pertinent question: build versus buy versus partner. And how you navigate that question is again with respect to this fundamental principle someone would have spoken about in your first couple of lectures called core competence, right? What is your core competence as a company, and how does it flow into your strategy? If you identify that, then you'll have the answer crystal clear. Then obviously there are some modalities: short term partner, long term build, or short term buy, long term build, and so on and so forth, right? but you'll invariably get your answer in a mix of these two dimensions. So, like, look for what is your company's core competence. Usually, the answer you'll find in either AOA, articles of association, or in your vision statement, mission statement, or your leadership will make it amply clear to you, day in and day out, and that will help you decide which software to buy versus build versus partner. So it's all coming together.
Thanks. Thank you. So in fact, we were told that we are going to only utilize 60 minutes. We are almost at end of it, but still, I would like to make one statement here. We were talking, all of us were talking about coming here, and we are 5 people. He wanted to add one more angle to this. He wanted to have ChatGPT as one of the panelists for this conversation. So when Sandeep asked how many of you use ChatGPT, I think we wanted to use ChatGPT as one of the panelists.
Yeah, I think these, the audience is completely, abreast with the latest. I think they are more advanced and super users of some of these than us, looks like. So,
good. So with this, we would like to take some questions. Any number of specific questions that we should go with, or? Okay, so you have got 15 minutes. You decide how many questions. Any questions? Okay. There are a few hands.
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Sure.
So my question is, as much as technology has made our lives more simplified, so it also possesses some significant challenges to our privacy and security. So,
Can you just hold the mic bit up? Yeah,
so is it
perfect.
better? So my question is, as much as technology has made our lives more simplified, but it also possesses significant challenges to our privacy and security. So how business should balance innovation with the need to protect user privacy?
Anyone want?
Uh, India has, okay, let's talk about India first. Uh, and that's going to be partly the theoretical answer. So India has about a few months back launched something called as the DPDPA Act, which is Data Privacy and Personalization Act or something, right? I don't know the full name, but essentially an act that helps define very clearly for companies how to store data, how to ensure customer consent when they are using their data, how they are using their data, first party, second party, third party, all of those in a lot of depth. So that's what is happening in the regulatory environment with respect to, because all of us on this panel are collecting humongous amount of data about a lot of things, right? From machine to machine data to customer to business data to just pure telemetry of how data is moving, right? And we are trying to make a lot of sense of it and ship out insights. Uh, Even things that we could do earlier in a super kosher manner without worrying about the regulatory framework, which is I give anonymized data, doesn't fly anymore. How did you get the source data to create anonymized data? So the regulators are stepping in and saying, yes, we will safeguard you. That's number one. Number two, this is local, India specific. This law has been in discussion for a few years now. It got notified a few months back, but still the detailed rules are not out. And there's a reason. It's super complex. How do you even define that? How do you do governance of it? See, in a lot of regulated spaces in India, you could very easily create an auditing mechanism and subject companies to audit. But even your Kirana person now who accepts a sound box and UPI payments has some data about you. So how much auditing are you going to do? So that's challenge number one, right? And several such other challenges. So you need to get comfortable with the fact that privacy is a good thing. We should watch out for it, but there is no such thing as absolute privacy. There is only grades of it, and we have mechanisms of controlling how, as a consumer, how my privacy is protected, how my confidentiality over various data points is protected. The law will do its thing, but it will never be able to do 100%. Even GDPR is like all over the place. It's not able to do what Europeans wanted to do.
Just want
can
to
I just add one couple of points? So, nation states, obviously, the legislative bodies make the rules, and the executive branch executes it, and then you have the judiciary try to adjudicate between, if people are not following those rules, right? That's typically how you follow, make the regulations and then enforce and so on. organizations have something very similar. Large organizations, they have something called policies, and then they have three lines of defense. The first line of defense is the teams which actually do, let's say, develop the products. They'll have a set of policies that they have to adhere to. The second line of defense would be the, typically you have like a security organization trying to ensure that they're being overseeing what's being done by the product teams. Third line defense is your audit. So that's typically how the regulations which are emulated and enforced by, enacted and, enforced by, nation states is is adopted by the organizations in a very methodological manner. Most large organizations, follow these, very meticulously. So you should not be very worried about privacy. Is my only final thought.
Yeah, I would just say be worried about privacy. Don't be worried about data security. As long as you're dealing with large enough companies, the three layers that you mentioned, uh, any large company worth their salt will begin building a product at security, not at feature, at security. So that just helps.
Sandeep, you want to add
Yeah,
something to
apart
this?
from the data privacy and the governance part, uh, Gaurav and Ajay can add on to it. I think we are hearing a lot about the ethical and responsible AI as well. I think a couple of years back, there was deep fake technology where actors' photos were coming in. So even here, I think the models are getting fine tuned as we advance. I think the explainability of the result that you got is very, very important. The decision making, what is the reason that your model has produced that output? That's where the responsible and ethical AI is coming in. Ajay, maybe you can add more.
Yeah, I think, see, lots of regulations are coming in the vogue within AI. Like EU AI Act is the first one, and within US there is state level legislations, there is federal level legislations. Lots of regulations. In fact, AI is, it's kind of copious with lots of regulations, and people are, standing up ethical AI teams right now. Even in Cargill, I'm responsible for the responsible AI governance, and then we work with our legal teams and security teams. It's a lot of work, but then I'm very confident that some of the governments are doing their job. Only in the last 1 year, I think some of the, like the generative AI thing, the area is developing so fast that governments are not able to catch up with the development. That's the only space where like deep fakes and all of that, you can actually make your own deep fake within no time with some of the open source models. There's no one to regulate it, and you'll start seeing a lot of people spamming, like security issues arising, right? So there are those challenges, but then I'm pretty confident that the governments will, ring fence it pretty fast, pretty soon.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I think Brazil has banned Meta's Gen AI. Is that
Sorry,
correct?
can you repeat?
Brazil has banned Gen AI for Meta.
I did not get the question.
Llama model.
Yeah,
Llama models have been banned by Brazil.
Brazil, right?
Is it true? Is what he's.
Yeah, I'm not so sure, but I think MetaStack is pretty, they have lots of guardrails. I just attended their AI Build Summit on, like a couple of days back. Yakun and Nandan Nilekani were talking. I think MetaStack is pretty well funded. Like Meta itself is funding the whole initiative. I don't know how they'll make money, but that's a divergent topic.
Krishna, you were saying, planning to say something.
No, I was about to say on a lighter note, ADP does our payroll, and I checked with Sandeep personally last evening. He doesn't have any of my data, so no need to worry about it.
Good. More the technology gets powerful, it's very difficult to govern. And governance is always going to be behind the growth of technology. So that's what I would sum up with. The next question.
Good evening, sir. Over here.
You should have somebody with the mic near you. Then only you get chance to ask the question. Please go ahead.
Good evening, sir. I am Likita. Sir, since we are talking about the governance and about the data privacy, so there's a recent act, Digital Personal Data Protection Act by the Government of India. So I just wanted to understand like what strategies as a technocrats you would like to adapt so that regional specific policies such as EU's got GDPR Data Protection Act. So how do you align with it so that it doesn't disrupt the operational efficiency of the work or the
Thanks,
businesses?
Likita. Anybody would like to take this?
I think I partially covered it in the previous one,
That's
but
what.
like specifically speaking, you got to re-architect your products and your data storage layer and your data movement layer such that you can wrap around any regulatory framework on top of it, and then like your consent management platform has to be that solid. In fact, you have to build a consent management platform from scratch if you're in multiple different disparate regulatory environments. So yeah, that's pretty much how you navigate. Of course, there are a lot of open questions right now. So everyone's trying to find out what's the right answer, what's the right regulation, and so on.
Well, thanks. I think we'll not dwell upon this further because it's elaborated, answered. Last question. I think we should give it to her here because there's no mic here. Can somebody please give? She has been raising hands since. I'll take one more. The only reason you have been there with me since morning. After her, okay?
Good evening, sir. Sir, my question is that with the role of product management, there is a lot of preconceived notion that engineers make into product management. Whereas we, as a batch, we're a lot of commerce and non-engineer students who are excited about product management as a career. So we wanted to understand how important is it to hold an engineering degree per se, and what kind of steps we can take in this direction, because technology is ever evolving. So what somebody studied 5 years ago in an engineering degree might not be relevant today, as relevant. So what are the steps that we can take in order to upskill ourselves and be future ready for such roles?
Fine. I love the question. How do I get that job? That's a question. Well, do you want to take that?
So you could be a product manager in a tech-enabled company where the business model is tech-enabled, or the business model is offering a technology product itself, right? If it is the former, in 9 out of 10 cases, you would not need to be having any understanding of the underlying technology. If it is the latter, it is the other way around. Okay, that answers one part of your question. The second part is product management is less about managing technology, more about managing problems, which means find problems worth solving that will move the needle for your company. Look to solve them in various aspects. Build your problem solving muscle. Uh, I mean, you might not like this, but traditionally, engineers have been known to every job solves problems, but engineers are the function that solves problems traditionally. So the person who made a fan was solving a problem, right? They did not have a product manager sitting there and helping them out, right? So we have a digital product management layer because now there is too much depth in one part of the technology and too much on the consumer facing part, right? And the problem landscape is shifting every day very rapidly. So which is why you need that intermediate layer. Now this intermediate layer needs to educate themselves more on the psychology, the human behavior, the market, competition offerings, human computer interface, and so on those aspects a lot more than on the technology itself. uh, Technology is the enabler there. It is also the guardrail. It is also the uh, you know the framework in which you can operate. Like I would say tomorrow I want to blink my eye and unlock my phone when my camera is upside down. Let's say it is possible with Neuralink, but if I don't have access to Neuralink technology, I can't do that, right? So to that extent, my solution has to be limited within the framework of what technology allows today, right? If you want to create Neuralink, then you need to be the other segment of product manager, which is 9 out of 10 cases you need to be like a deep tech product person.
Thank you so much, sir.
And to simplify, what Gaurav had just mentioned, right? So for us, it's very simple. We want to hire for your attitude and train for the skill set. As simple as that, correct? As long as you have that attitude to learn what you're really passionate about, right? So in this case, let's say product management or be it Gen AI, whatever, right? So the power of the object, right, you have or you are passionate about depends on the power of passion you had on that object, correct? So all we look for whether you have that an attitude, and also we look at three things, right? My metrics are three when I'm hiring all this from B schools, right? It's not only you being employable, right? So most of you get trained for that, right? How you can get placed. For us, we have two levels above, right? Whether all of you are deployable, right? I can put you all in front of customers. How soon I can put you all in front of customers, right? The third one is whether most of you are billable, right? You are able to create some revenue for the company, right? There is a ROI, by having you as part of that team. So I think this is what makes it successful. So it's a win-win situation for both of us, though technically you are not at there from a skill set standpoint, but you're willing to learn, being shadowing the existing team for like 6 months, 8 months down the lane and be there. I think that's what make you a successful product manager. So
think from the product management perspective, I think Gaurav has covered it all. I think I have been reiterating it multiple times. I think third time I'm mentioning this. Technology is enabler. Gaurav rightly mentioned that technology is enabler for product management, guys. Of course, you need to have the knowledge of about technology, what your product, what kind of inherent technology product is using. At the end of the day, your creative thinking, what kind of strategic hat that you're putting in to analyze this particular outcome that you got from the Gen AI and use that for your next steps. What kind of decisions that you can take, right? That's more important. For an engineer perspective, if I'm from ADP, I'm coming into hire, the first thing is, of course, we look at engineering background, and you must have worked on the product side as a developer or something. And like third thing is, of course, your creative, what kind of decisions that you can take, what kind of design thinking skills that you have, all these will look into the picture.
I just want to add,
Sure, no worries.
you heard about the pie skill set. Like you need to have a broad understanding, like general understanding of technology, and deep on at least two. Right, one is business acumen, two about human psychology. I think those are the skill sets that you may want to focus on, like humanities and social sciences topics.
Well, thanks everyone. Thanks for asking the question. Is it okay if we take your question after we get down? Thank you. Really appreciate you understanding that. Thank you so much. Really appreciate all of you sitting and listening to us. And thanks everyone. I really learned a lot sitting on this panel. So thank you so much. We were going to, summarize everything, but with respect to time, I think we'll do it later on. Thank you.
A big round of applause to Nilesh for a great moderation.
We would like to extend our sincere gratitude for your valuable participation in the Technocrats panel at Marmagya 9.0. We are confident that the knowledge you shared will inspire and empower our attendees as they advance in their professional journeys.
We would also like to thank Mr. Nilesh Beniwale for his contribution as the moderator. We would request all the panelists to come forward for a photograph.
So guys, we are going to take a selfie. I want you to look very happy and enjoying while we take the selfie, okay?
If you're not, please pretend.
We request the students to kindly be seated. SAC can take over. We request the students to kindly be seated. SAC can take over. We request the students to kindly be seated. SAC can take over. We request the students to kindly be seated. SAC can take over.